Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. Mark Ward is the center of attention once again, and so he's recently done his Textual Confidence Collective videos, which I can't really understand why he made those. I think he's actually going off the whims of Timothy Berg, and Timothy Berg, while he might be a good details man, he doesn't really have a good overview. And it just seems so sporadic and so scattered. I'm not really sure they achieved their purpose whatsoever. And they kind of failed to really address the issues that most people bring up. Like, what about, George Van Smith? They just sort of said, well, Scrivener, TR, you guys are guilty too. It's like, oh, okay, that's an association fallacy. Because we go to the King James, we go to Beza, and yes, Scrivener did a TR edition, which is mostly Beza's work. It's like, and so they had this association fallacy. I can't really understand their point. Yes, they said, well, Westcott and Hort, someone said that they were, vampire occultists. And then other people are like, well, they're definitely not vampire occultists, but they do support Unitarians. They do support those who deny the Trinity, the deity of Christ. There were some things that I'd never even heard of that these guys were admitting that Westcott and Hort were party to. And I just thought, this is just so strange. They're trying to defend people who are indefensible. It was quite insane. But Mark Ward is the center of attention once again. Now, on my Facebook, I'll just show you my Facebook here, which is probably pretty dangerous. And so I've got heaps of chats, which I better get rid of. There you go. How do you get rid of that? There we go. So Christopher Yetzer, he just did an overview of the KJV Parallel Bible and says it's completely deficient. Now, this is Mark Ward's main website he says to go to see the difference between the King James Version and the critical, or basically he says he's got the King James Version on one side based on the TR, and then he's got like almost like a King James Version, but based upon the critical text. And he shows a whole bunch of places where, there's really, he basically is just trying to show there's really not much difference between the King James and the critical text Bibles. If they use the same methodologies, they're pretty much the same. And so over the years, and this is how silly it is. Like, I've done videos on this with hundreds of views. I've just pointed out in Revelation chapter 1, verse 8, it says the beginning and the ending in the TR. The critical text omits that, but they don't have that omitted in their critical text Bible that they've made. And it's just ridiculous. It's like they haven't done the homework. It's the website, you can't trust it. Everything that you look up on that website, if you look at a parallel, you have to look it up yourself. And then you have to ask yourself, well, how many of these words would usually in a modern version be retranslated? Because of monogenes is many times retranslated. Instead of only begotten, they have the unique or the one of a kind, or the one, or this sort of nonsense. And he's not talking about those redefinitions. He's only talking about, the Greek text there. I think what he's done, he started this project when he didn't really know anything. Because over the years I've followed him, and you can follow someone's progression of what they know and what they're learning. And even now, he doesn't know that much. Basically, even what he says in this video, you could type into ChatGPT, it would spit out the same stuff. You know what I mean? It's not really groundbreaking or anything. He's just sort of gotten to the point where he can name all the TR editions Erasmus and Stephanus and Beza and the King James and So I encourage people to read this article. I'm not going to go through it now. I was going to go through it, but it is quite lengthy. I know Christopher Yetzer, he's a details guy, and so it'll get right into all the nitty-gritty details. So, but his conclusion is, in its current condition, I'm not sure what value this site has. And I'm of exactly the same opinion. And I've gone through this website before, just for a laugh, and shown where even their differences, where they're talking about Scrivener having 190 differences at the back of his Textus Receptus. They have a 60 list, which Timothy Berg's worked on, and Maurice Robinson made the same mistake the other day. They're going by Appendix E in Scrivener's work instead of going with his TR edition, which is a common mistake. I've seen this happen quite a lot, but it's like these guys have the wrong list. And Mark Ward has that wrong list on his website. And it's like, come on, guys, you're claiming to be the gurus of this issue, and you know nothing. Your KJV Parallel Bible has lots and lots of mistakes in it. I would just recommend people go to Yetzer's article on this. But just just go there, look up Revelation chapter 1, verse 8, and you'll see a glaring error. And I actually looked that up just out of it was like I was just typing away something. I said, I wonder what Mark Ward's site says with that verse. And I typed it in, and sure enough, it was wrong. It was like this, I was instinctively guided to that because he just makes so many mistakes. I'm sure that if I actually went through that, or when he originally was doing this, he cried out to us guys on Facebook. So this is after I had the Textus Receptus group, which it's got like 7,000 people in it, but it sort of died off. Then Robert Truelove made a group, and Keith Mason made a group. But in the Robert Truelove group, Mark Ward cried out to us and said, can you guys help me with this website? And so I said, look, what I'll do is I'll go through Matthew 1. And if it's sort of to the point where there's 4 or 5 things wrong, it's like, man, you're asking a huge ask for us to help you, because it's not like you're doing 95% of all the scholarship and we're just proofreading. You're asking us to basically do it all for you, So he was like, well, here's my list in Matthew 1. And there was like 2 changes or something. So I pointed out a whole bunch of things that are modified and changed. And so he actually changed. I showed him 4 things, and he changed 3 of them. And I was like, if at that rate, at 260 chapters of the Bible, if it's going to be 3 per page, that's a lot. That's like 1,000. What is it? 900 changes or whatever, probably less. But it's like it's a lot of changes, and I don't really want to spend my time doing that for your little project to not really show where there's differences in the Bibles. It's like, so anyway, this is his go-to page. He's pointing everyone there, and people who know their stuff have gone through this page and just said, it's just ridiculous. It's a waste of time. And so I thought I'd mention that and show you that. So that's on my Facebook, on the Textus Receptus Academy page. And so I'll show you another thing. So this was done by Scriptorium Bibles. Okay, so this is quite remarkable. So you have, Constantine von Tischendorf. He met with Pope Gregory the 16th, and he went on to do what he did. Tischendorf with Codex Sinaiticus. Philip Schaff, he was one of the main guys behind the American Standard Bible. He met with the Pope and apparently kissed his red slipper. Kurt Aland, here's a picture of him with the Pope. Bruce Metzger, here's a picture of him with the Pope. Eugene Nida, now he taught the Jesuits I know most of this stuff. I'm not even really reading this. Rowan Williams, I don't know much about that, but Archbishop of Canterbury, I don't know really what he's got to do with the Bible issues. But then we have Mark Ward. He works for Faith Life, which has Logos and its Catholic branch Verbum. Okay, so he's the Pope. Mark Ward gets paid by Faith Life, who make a ton of money through Verbum by spreading deceptive literature to Catholics about the popes, about Mary, about the Rosary, about all sorts of bizarre and weird things. So do you think there's a bit of a bias here with Mark Ward trying to convert us who believe that we have a Bible today? We have what they would label a Protestant Pope. We have something that's infallible, and we hold it up and say, yes, this is without error. We say this is the preserved word of God. Okay. And Mark Ward hates that and labels us Ruckmanites. He's obsessed with name calling. Wants to call us Ruckmanites, King James onlyists. It doesn't matter. It just depends what mood he's in to what name he labels us. Now, remember, he did a video apologizing for calling us King James onlyists. Well, in his latest video, it just comes out, these people are King James only. You know, why did he apologize? He's just double-tongued. And he says he is an evangelist to us. Now, if someone's trying to evangelize me to their position, usually that would mean that I'm not saved. Okay. Now, I think Mark Ward genuinely thinks that most of us are not Christian. Because he's like, you know, it's sometimes he's like, oh, my King James brothers and all this sort of stuff. But then he'll describe how we're in a cult, we're in a dangerous place. You know, how can we be in a dangerous place if we're saved? You know what I mean? So just because we read a different Bible, in Logos, the Bible software, you can click on 50 different translations if you want, and you know, pay a certain amount of money, and you can have those on your computer. And so obviously he has a bias. He doesn't want just the King James there and just, you know, good word studies and dictionaries on the King James. You know, how boring. Let's go with the ESV, the NIV, the ABC, the EFG, the HRJK, LMNOP versions. The myriad of ridiculous and stupid versions coming out. He wants you to jump on board with all that. So, but look at all this history. He's talking about, Westcott and Hort are being slandered. Okay, we'll talk about Tischendorf, talk about Philip Schaff, talk about Kurt Allen, talk about Bruce Metzger, talk about Eugene Nida, talk about Carlo Martini, who was a Jesuit who worked on the text. It's like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that he's, you know, saying sweep around your front door, and you look around his front door, and it's just like 400 rats. And you're sort of just left shaking your head going, why are you nitpicking, straining at a gnat? You're swallowing a camel. Why are you doing this, Mark? This is utter hypocrisy. Now, this was a meme that was put up by me quite a long time ago. Last year. And, you know, I'm not really a fan of Ruckman or Ripplinger. But, you know, Mark Ward's like, you know, have nothing to do with those guys. But then he's like, but have things to do with George Van Smith, a Unitarian, Carlo Martini, a Jesuit, you know, Faith Life, Logos, Verbum, the Catholic Church. Yeah, they're fine. Yeah, he's got the microscope out on only labeling all of us Ruckmanites, you know, Ripplingerites, all the rest of it. But what about these guys? Why doesn't he talk about these guys much? Why is he so obsessed with labeling us and slandering us? And then he's crying out, Westcott and Hort are being slandered, and Tim Berg's done a big cry and said, this is horrible, these people are being slandered. Why isn't he crying about us being slandered and all labeled after these people? I saw it in one of his YouTube videos. Someone put a comment there about a 7-day Adventist. He's like, yes, that's where King James onlyism started, Seventh-day Adventists. And I'm like, this is the bog standard slander that we see. That I cop every day. It's like, you get your ideas from a Seventh-day Adventist. It's like, no, I do my own research, thanks. But, slanderers are going to slander. Mark Ward, he is obsessed with labeling. And we're going to see this all the way through this. Every time he labels, I'm going to pull him up on it. So I just sort of bring these things up. And there's one more thing I want to look at. Bryan Ross, he is just like the elephant in the room at the moment with Mark Ward and Tim Berg. Don't mention Bryan Ross. Now, they're actually saying that they've worked everything out with Bryan Ross. When you talk to Bryan, he's like, no one's worked anything out with me. Now, he did a whole video about this article. So this is the article that Mark Ward wrote, okay? And, which Textus Receptus. Now, there's been people who have responded. I remember when it first came out, I think I went through 6 or 7 pages of it, and I said, no, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. And I said, look, I've already found 15 things wrong with it. If I was to go through the whole article, I'd be here for a long time. You think James White's thing about Revelation 16:5 was 4 or 5 pages, and I wrote a 200-page book on that. I mean, how many things could I point out that are wrong in this? And the only thing he says about me is he talks about I'll just quickly get it. It's in a footnote. Or maybe it's been deleted. Yeah. Listen to this. The proprietor of Textus Receptus Bibles.com, a frequent participant on online discussions over confessional bibliology and received text advocacy, has compared being called KJV only to being called the N-word. So that's the only thing that he's ever mentioned about me. Doesn't that speak volumes? Yeah, he's just got this one little soundbite, not in context at all, because I would probably be talking about slander, like what I did the other day. I was talking about the Jewish guy who was saying that I have to apologize for Christians who killed Jews in Germany, Christian Nazis. I have to apologize for that. I have to apologize for what Martin Luther said about the Jews. I'm like, no, I don't. That's ridiculous. It was the dumbest thing I've heard in a long time. And this Jewish guy was really adamant. No, you have to apologize, or else you're anti-Semitic. I'm like, well, I'll be labeled that. I don't care, But can you imagine just getting a soundbite from that? Usually, everything I say has a context. But Mark Ward, yes, that's what he says about me. And Textus Receptus Bibles.com. That's run by Keith Mason. Yes, we have a lot of similar material. He does actually run some of my own websites. But I run Textus-Receptus.com. So he gets the website wrong. And he's, just has this one quote. Why doesn't he mention, a whole bunch of other work that I've done on TR and other things? Why doesn't he critique some of my work or whatever? No, he wants to focus on Sam Gipp and, other things. But anyway, so this is the article. So you can see the same article is, Bryan Ross is going through it here. So, Mark Ward just ignores this type of material. He actually gets in on his videos and says that it's been ignored. Now, the thing is, when I did my Revelation 16:5 book, I didn't cry out that everyone's ignoring it, because I'm not that much of a narcissist to think that everyone's just thinking about me all day. And if I put my book out, I still get people going 5 years later. Well, I put the book out in 2019, but I did the original article, which was sort of most of the book. I did that in 2015, 2016, I think it was. So that's almost 10 years ago. So some people still don't know the argumentation, I show them, and they're like, oh, wow, and they start talking about it. Or I wouldn't expect everyone to know about this, but Mark Ward loves to be the center of attention, a bit like Jonathan Burris. And he also thinks that we're just all thinking about him. Now, here I am doing a video on him. Why is this? Because he's positioned himself as the lightning rod for all the critiques against the critical text, and he's basically just coming out doing a video that these videos are so easily debunked. And if we're not debunking it, usually because he's just stating the obvious, it's sort of like, hey, the sky's blue. Let's do a video on the sky's blue. Hey, the sky's blue. Yeah, great. It gets 1,000 likes, 500 comments. Well done, Mark. And it's just sort of like, what, you looked a word up in the dictionary? I mean, we've been doing that way before you came along. Oftentimes we're online talking about different words, talking about what it means, talking about how to translate these words into different languages. People, translators working on the field, actually translating these words so they can give it to their people so they can have the correct and accurate received text Bible in their language. And Mark Ward comes along with all his stuff. Now, if Mark Ward was not so disingenuous, if he came along and said, hey, there's a few words here that could be, as he labels false friends, we'd go, yeah, okay, cool, let's look at those. But, I mean, study. If you look at the context, study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. How do you rightly divide the word of truth? You have to think. So study is a diligence of the mind. How would you translate diligence of the mind? Just study. It's just so basic. I remember a pastor, the second pastor I had, he gave everyone a verse of scripture and said, I want you to write, I think it was like a page, and do a study on this and explain this verse to me. And that was my verse. It was 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15. I'm pretty sure it is. And I was a New King James guy at the time. And I went through it, and I came to the conclusion the word study was way more appropriate. And my pastor at the time actually said I just copied and pasted it because it looked so encyclopedic, because he had no idea the amount of study that I was doing. And I was sort of preparing for the wiki style site that I was eventually going to, that I've been running for like 15 years now, I suppose. And he was like, oh, this is just a cut and paste. But it was actually, I studied it so much that it looked like it was like just a copy and paste out of like Vines or something. But I came to the conclusion that study is the best word. It's like, it's a diligence of the mind. How else can you explain that? The spadadzo. And it just so happens in modern Greek, if you were to say it to a modern Greek, what does spadadzo mean? They say study, go to university. It's like, it's a diligence of the mind. That's the modern Greek word. It's like, you can't make this up. Anyway, it just, Mike Ward's conclusions oftentimes are just wrong. But he's like, no, I've got all these false friends. And yeah, sometimes he's right. We have the defined King James Bible. Lots of words have been updated. We have the Trinitarian Bible Society, where they have, marginal notes showing words that, have gone out of date or, archaic. And, you can just use the Oxford English Dictionary. Most of the time, just the Webster's. I've worked on this, KJV 2023. That used to be the 2016 edition, New Testament. And that's mostly being made so that translators into foreign languages don't have to do all that work. They can just look at what I've done and go, oh, okay, that's what that word means. Let's just translate it straight from the English, which most people do anyway. I mean, these guys are like, oh, we translated this from the Greek. And I've met these translators who work for the Bible Societies. The leader, one of the leaders of the National Bible Society, when I was in Papua New Guinea, and chatting with him, and he hated Erasmus. And I didn't tell him my biblical position. I just asked him lots and lots of questions, because I knew as soon as I said TR, he just would have shut me off, and that's the end of the story. So it's like, I was saying, so how do you guys do a translation? Tell me the process. And I was going through it all. These guys don't know a word of Greek. They might be able to go, agapeo or phileo, and then probably make up some story that they're different words and all this. But anyway, I'm totally getting sidetracked. Let's move on, and let's let Mark Ward be the center of attention once again. Let's go.
This video about the history of the Greek New Testament is academic and demanding and complicated. If you don't want those things, I have lots and lots of other videos that are also academic and demanding and complicated. But they have jokes. This video doesn't. This is actually a slight abridgment of an academic journal article that I wrote and published in the Detroit Baptist Seminary Journal. In this video, I pronounce Greek words, though I explain them all. In this video, I travel some ground that is somewhat treacherous, not just complicated, but I am convinced that God's people do better to know the truth than they do believing errors. And Christian debate over the Greek New Testament has occasioned a number of divisive errors. One of them is commonly called King James onlyism. And one of the hallmark teachings of mainstream King James onlyism is that the Greek New Testament is perfectly preserved in the Textus Receptus. And whenever a defender of the King James version...
So notice, he's conflated a lot of terms here, because King James onlyist is usually, he's saying they're Ruckmanites. He's saying that there are people out there who don't follow a Greek text. They say that you can correct the Greek with the English and all this sort of stuff. And the English is good enough for me, and all this sort of stuff. And so that is usually the King James position, the King James only position. Okay. So then he's saying, let's rewind it and get exactly what he's saying, because it's going to be one of those videos that's probably going to be like 100 parts, because he just says so many things that he's gaslighting, he's poisoning the well, he's doing so many fallacies that you just got to be really careful, because he's talking really fast, and he does that on purpose. So then he can slip in little bits of weasel words here and there, so that you're sort of unaware. Then later on, you're thinking, yeah, they are King James only, this sort of thing. So let's continue.
Teachings of mainstream King James onlyism is...
Okay, so mainstream King James onlyism,
that the Greek New Testament is perfectly preserved in the Textus Receptus. And whenever
so to me, on a wholesale scale, like D.A. Waite was like, we're Textus Receptus only people. The Dean Burgon Society, all those sort of guys, we're TR people. So when it came to King James only, usually that's the Ruckmanites, and they're like, we don't care about the Greek. And so he's basically saying, people who are King James only say that this is where the Greek text is. But if you read the people who are label themselves even King James onlyists, they'll say they don't go to the Greek, they only just go to the English. So there's a whole lot of poisoning the well here. Now I know that these terms can get used in those ways, because these guys constantly are labeling us, everyone who has a TR position or King James preferred or whatever. We're all King James onlyists at the end of the day. That's what they want to label us as, and that's what he apologized for in one of his videos. But straight from the get-go, he's just like, trying this sort of shell game. King James only, TR, it's all the same, just think of them as the same. And people would have a huge nuance, like D.A. Waite, one of the main leaders of the Textus Receptus movement. He was like, I will only be labeled King James only if that means what Mark Ward's saying here, that it's a TR position. He was saying, I am not like Peter Ruckman. I don't just follow the English. I follow the Textus Receptus. I follow the Greek. And so there's a huge distinction between them. And they were at loggerheads. The Dean Burgon Society guys and the Ruckmanites, they were at loggerheads with each other. And so But half the time, it makes you wonder if Mark Ward knows any of this. When I've been going through his videos, he doesn't know that much. And oftentimes he's just relying on Tim Berg or Elijah Hixson and experts. He puts scholars there and just lets them talk and thinks that they've said something really important.
Defender of the King James Version argues that the Textus Receptus is the providentially preserved text of the Greek New Testament. A simple question arises. Which TR?
I can answer that for you, Mark. The underlying Greek text of the King James Version. So Theodore Beza did a text, 1598. He did 5 editions. In 1598, it was his 5th and final edition. Now, the text of Beza, that was utilized by the King James translators. So this King James comes from Beza's text. So watch my graphic here. It's very technical. The King James gobbles up Beza. There we go. So the King James is Beza's text in English. But the King James translators have about 20 translatable differences between Beza's text because they were brilliant scholars themselves. And, Lancelot Andrews, John Boyce, I don't have to go through all their credentials. Amazing scholarship. Any one of these guys could have done their own Greek text. Okay. So when it come time for them to go, okay, so what Greek text are we using? They went, Beza, we take our hat off to you. Brilliant job. Good job, Beza. But there's 20 differences. And so these were mentioned in the annotations of Beza anyway. These were places at the bottom of the page where Beza's like, but the King James translators were like, no, we're going to go with that particular one reading. Like, say, one example of this is in, and I might just get this up so you can have a visual. I'll just go to my 190 Beza list of Scrivener. Now, if we go to John, chapter 8, verse 6, okay. So Beza in his margin or in his annotations at the bottom of the page should really say footnote. He has, as though he heard them not, okay, in the Greek. So Scrivener has that in there. And why does he have it in there? Because in the King James it has as though he heard them not. Now Beza doesn't have that, okay. So at John 8:6, the King James translators add the clause as though he heard them not. And so that is one of the 20 differences. Okay, so it's equivalent to 2 Greek words. And that's in John chapter 8, verse 6. So this is in the middle of the pericope adulterae passage. And so maybe I've got some pictures here that you can see. Okay, that's the Hutter polyglot. And he has the words there in Greek. What have I got? Greece back. Competency polyglot has the word, the Greek words. If the Stephanus has the Greek words. So it's attested, but then Beza drops it out. Okay. So this is just one of those rare occasions where the King James translation differs. And so this is what Scrivener did in his edition. He just went, okay, well, we've got, like I said, this is Beza's. This is the King James. So Beza's got basically translated everything, hundreds and hundreds and thousands of words translated accurately, properly. But then in 20 little places like that, they went, we're going to go with this reading. So in 20 places over the whole New Testament. So now Scrivener had a list of 190 places. The vast majority of them are phonetic, Nazareth or Nazareth, Beelzebub or Beelzebul. Now, these are all going to be translated into the same English word, regardless of which one you use, because one of the rules for the translation was to use names that were commonly used at the time. So English people said Nazareth So that's what it ended up as. It didn't become Nazareth, regardless of what the Greeks said. So Scrivener also listed, the vast majority of his list is things like that. So when you get to it, basically, Scrivener's Textus Receptus is like, if you imagine this as like a, the final product at a restaurant, okay? Beza is the main chef. He has cooked this up. And yes, he got his ingredients from all different places. He would have looked at Erasmus. He would have looked at Tremellius, Jenius, Piscator. He would have looked at Cephalus, Wolf. He would have looked at the Caesar edition. He would have looked at Stephanus, Calvin. He looked at a whole bunch of things. That's where he sourced his veggies and meat from to make this dish. And he's cooking away in the kitchen. He's got a 3-course meal, and he's made the dessert and everything. It's all there, ready to eat. And Scrivener serves it up, drops a tiny bit of salt like this on it, and it all becomes Scrivener's. That's sort of what's happened in some TR people's minds and in critical text people's minds, where the reality is the vast majority of the work is Beza. So when they try and just sort of go, well, this is Scrivener's work, it's like, yeah, he served it up, but really, who made the decisions? The textual decisions, the vast majority of them were from Beza, and 20 of them were from the King James translators. All Scrivener did was point that out. He was just going, yep, that one, and that one, and that one. That's all he did. He just served it up. The other guys cooked it. And so you would imagine going to Chef Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, and there's a chef, there's 20 chefs there all working on this text and all on the text, all working on the meal. And then a guy called Bob serves it up to you, and you tap your glass, you make a big announcement that you just want to thank Bob for the meal. Ramsay would sort of look at you and go, hang on. And the vast majority of the work is Beza, 99.99999%. 20 tiny little differences, to the point where I don't even think the King James translators felt that it was warranted to do their own Greek text. It was so minor. And when you think Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are viewed by these guys as related texts with 3,000 differences in the Gospels alone. So we have 20 differences between Beza and the King James, and they're making this big deal. Which Textus Receptus? It's like, well, the one underlying the King James. Had the King James translators if they did a parallel Bible, they would have been pretty much just plagiarizing Beza with 20 little differences. Had they done a parallel Bible, we wouldn't have a separate TR or King James movement. We would just have like what Beza had. He had a Latin Bible. So he had, I might actually get this up. So if I go to my website, tr.org.au, I'll throw this up there. If we go to books, you can look at Beza's 1598 right here online. Let's go to, say, Mark. And I'll show you exactly the format that he had. So here we have Mark chapter 1, verse 1. So this is the Greek on the left-hand side. Then in the middle, we have Beza's own Latin translation. Okay. Then we have the Latin Vulgate. So the first, the second, the third. Greek, Latin, and Latin. Then we have the Annotationis underneath, which is talking in depth about all these issues, so that you'll see these 3 dots here, and then you can just go down the page and it's talking about that. And he's talking about Chrysostom, he's talking about Erasmus, he's talking about a whole bunch of different people saying different things over the years, and he's bringing his conclusion to that and why he's chosen to go with certain textual choices that he's made. So this is a translation in the middle. It's Latin. Okay. I don't know how many differences there are between his Greek and Latin. As far as I know, they're identical. Okay. But if there was like 20 differences, because they're in the same book, you're sort of like, well, it's the same thing. There's 20 differences between this Greek text and the King James. 20. So few. But like with the whole entire New Testament. I mean, this is Beza's in English with 20 footnotes, and so they like to make out that it's Scrivener's text. The little bit of salt at the end. Scrivener walked up and went on the TR. That's his text now. And then all they have to do is demonize Scrivener. Well, he, knew George Van Smith, a Unitarian. Well, he, was with Westcott and Hort. He wanted to delete a whole bunch of verses, and they just have to demonize him, which is pretty easy to do because he was a critical text guy. And then that's apparently discrediting the King James and Beza in the TR editions. It's like, so anyway, I thought I'd point this out. This edition here, I might actually go to Matthew 1. Because even the italics are there. Like, look at this. This is italics. And that's in Matthew 1:6, where it has, who had been the wife of Urias. You know how that's in italics in the King James? It's in italics in his Latin as well. So when the King James guys are translating this, they're looking at his Latin as well. And so all they did in 20 places, they saw that his argumentation down the bottom here, where he's talking about different things, they went, hang on, we're going to go with this reading. So inadvertently, the King James translators created their own TR. This is the vast majority of it, but the King James translators actually have a slight little difference from the recipe of Beza. They added a bit of coriander like on top, and it added the flavor, or basically it was the finishing touch, just on top, and it's enough for their edition to be its own TR edition. Now 250 years later, Scrivener comes along, makes this, and says, well, that's it. Yeah, it's very close and all the rest of it, but all it is he's just serving it up, going with the salt on top. So let's get back to what Mark Ward's saying. So hopefully you can understand my crazy analogies. I'm just making half of this up as I go. I did a video yesterday morning, and I was using some of these analogies. So hopefully they work with this too. So we've got Alan Stewart. Good afternoon, Nick. Stephen Hayes is watching from Idaho, living the dream in the United States. Helg says, good evening. Mark Ward, our apostle. Yes, all hail Mark. He has the mantle. He has the burden of reaching us deceived, hopeless sinners. We should, hopefully he pulls an altar call at the end of this video, because I'm really feeling guilty that I haven't looked at an NIV for quite a while. And I've been just reading TR material and King James stuff. And, I guess it's like porn. People are out there saying, you need to stop looking at porn and all this. We need to stop looking at the King James. It's pornography for Christians. Alan Stewart says, modernism doesn't allow for miracles. Preservation is a miracle. Apostle Ward, you Appalachian, I know how to say the word, hang on. The Appalachian Mountains. Hillbilly, Americans need to quit believing in miracles. Yeah, so he's saying that you're a hillbilly, you're a snake handler in that, I won't say it. Actually, I've got Google Translate that. Now I've got to say it. Now I'll put it in Google Translate.
Appalachian.
Oh, whoops, that's Latin. Detect language, English detected.
Appellation.
Appellation. It's Australian. Appellation. Okay. Derek says, "Hey Nick, I just finished your book last night and wanted to let you know I really enjoyed it. I thought you provided a lot of great evidence for your expansion of YHWH in its place in Revelation 16:5. Thanks, Derek. There's a lot that I would really like to fix up in the book, and especially put in information now that we've had Beza's annotations retranslated to, and he says that he had an ancient manuscript, so it's definitely not a conjectural emendation and all the rest of it, but he had an ancient manuscript with the reading of Isomenos in it, and so that's on top. That's like, you know, cream on the cake, icing on the cake sort of thing. And so I'm glad you enjoyed the book, and thanks for your comment. Alan Stewart said, with the difficulty of printing in the early days, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the differences between the 2nd and 5th editions includes typos. So I'm guessing you're talking about Beza's editions. And so, yeah, I mean, I've found typos in Beza's Revelation. He leaves out God. But one of the good things is, when you're going through this type of thing and they're saying, oh, there's a mistake in the King James, most of the time all you have to do is come back to the Greek of Beza, except in those 20 places which are pointed out by Scrivener. And you just go, okay, it's in the Greek here. It's translated in the Latin here. Now that's the Vulgate, so it might have it or it might not have it. But then oftentimes it'll be talked about in the footnote. So there's like sort of three witnesses, and sometimes there's even notes on the side that talk about it as well. And so it's very helpful the way that Beza set this up for our understanding and our learning. And this is his 5th edition, so he's got a whole bunch of other editions that you can check with as well. But there's in Revelation, it should have Theos there, but it doesn't. But it's in the Latin, so obviously it's supposed to be there, and it's just a typo. Helg says, what's upsetting Mark Ward is our belief in the verbal part in both ends of inspiration and preservation. That is, belief in the verbal, plenary inspiration, the VPI, and verbal, plenary preservation, the VPP. So plenary is just a fancy word for all, every. So we believe that every word is inspired and every word is preserved. Mark Ward believes most of the words are inspired, most of the words are preserved. If you say they're all inspired, you are a cultist. You're a Ruckmanite for starters, and you probably got a Stephen Anderson t-shirt, and you've got a Gail Rifflinger backpack on, and you've got a Sam Gibb hat. So that's what he will say to you. So he's saying, which TR? I just described it. Which TR edition? Now, I understand that for our Reformed confessional bibliology brothers and sisters, many times they're going to that. Now, that is the closest that we have in Greek to the King James, okay? That was made 250 years later by Scrivener. So, had the King James guys done a parallel Greek Bible, we would just simply use that. But they didn't do that. They just did it in English. They said, that's enough for us. That's all they were commissioned to do. So Scrivener made this, and he didn't make it for TR people. He made it so Westcott and Hort could show where they're differing from it. Okay. But at the end of the day, it's close, very, very close. I'm not sure how you could do a percentage. I guess once my work is done on the 190 differences between Scrivener and Beza, according to the decisions of the King James translators, then we'll be able to do those type of statistics and things like that. But at the end of the day, the underlying Greek text of this is akin to the originals. Okay, it's very easy to look at the English and go, well, the underlying Greek word for that would be this, especially when you got Beza, when you got Scrivener, you got a whole bunch of TR editions surrounding it. You can easily point out, okay, that's the Greek word. Mark Ward might struggle between a euron and an edon they found or they saw. All he has to do is a word study, or just read my website, what I put up there, I think in 2008. All he has to do is read that, and he'll go, they're both synonymous, but they can both be translated as found or saw. And so when they saw baby Jesus, when they found him, I mean, the British found Australia in 1770, but did they actually find it? They saw it from a boat. They saw it. It's basic. See, Mark struggles with some basic English.
Here is a representative list of major TR editions, beginning with Erasmus's own Novum Instrumentum.
Okay, so this is something you could type into GPT or go on Wikipedia, and it'll have all this. And the thing is, all of these have retroactively been labeled the Textus Receptus because of the 1633 edition. It said that our edition has the Textus Receptus in it. Now, I'd ask you to think about it from 1514, when the Complutensian Polyglot was made, all the way through to 1633. Where was the critical text? And who was using the critical text? You might say, well, Vaticanus was in the Vatican Library. Who was using it? Who copied it? Who translated it? Even the Complutensian Polyglot guys didn't utilize the New Testament of that. They had access to all the Vatican Library's treasures. The Pope gave them permission to take a whole bunch of manuscripts with them. No, they're not going to use Vaticanus. They knew it was rubbish. Erasmus knew it was rubbish. But now it's the cream of the crop. It's full of, it's like a pot of porridge full of dead rats. And it's like, well, that's the best now. It's sort of like junk food, full of preservatives, but it's just repackaged. It's healthy. That's a health food now. So all of this is just basically Greek editions. You'll find there's no critical editions here because they didn't exist. So when he's complaining about different TRs, okay, well, at least they were in existence. And when he's talking about different TRs, there was a progression. The 1516 was the first printed one ever. Like, can you imagine? You need 1,000 letters to produce the Greek, because of all the acute symbols and accent marks, rough breathing, smooth breathing. You need 1,000 symbols. So it's hard work doing this. And of course, they're spending so much time doing that you as a scholar, you wish that you could just spend all your time just in manuscript work and all that sort of stuff. Now, Erasmus, he produced 5 editions. Why? Because he was getting more and more information as he went along. And his final edition, 1535, he had a team of people working with him, and that would differ from his 1516. That's just logic. But Mark Ward seems to think it's an amazing thing that the Textus Receptus editions have differences. Shock horror. Why would you make another edition if it didn't have a difference? You know what I mean? It's like an iPhone. It's like saying, the iPhone 5 is different to the iPhone 6, but they're both iPhones. This is horrible. How can you trust? Which iPhone are you going to use? It's like the latest one. The one that people use is the one underlying the King James. Yes, Elseviers, they came along and did a little bit of fluff at the end, but basically the vast majority of hard work was Erasmus, Stephanus, and Beza. And Beza finalized that text. The King James translators, like I said, put a little bit of garnish on it with 20 differences from Beza. That's the text underlying the King James. that would be akin to the originals. Okay, and it's not new that people who do translation work would modify Greek text. The NIV translators, when they did their text, they actually did when they did the English text, they did the Greek text later on to match up with their English decisions. So this happens. Now, 20 places is not much.
Omnia 1516. Erasmus indeed produced 5 TR editions in 1516, 1519, 1522, 1527, and 1535. Carlos Jimenez printed the Complutensian Polyglot, which included the first printed Greek New Testament in 1514, but it was not published until 1522. Erasmus beat it to market by 6 years. Note, Erasmus used the Complutensian Polyglot to alter a few readings in this 1527 edition. Simon Colineus printed a TR in 1534. Robert Stephanus, Colineus' stepson, produced 4 editions of the TR in 1546, 49, 50, 51. The 1550 Stephanus became the accepted edition, the Editio Regia, in the English-speaking world. Theodore Beza produced 5 major and 5 minor editions of the TR between 1565 and 1604. The Elsevier brothers produced 7 editions of the TR between 1624 and...
So notice he said Elsevier brothers. It was Elsevier uncle and nephew.
1678. The 1633 edition became the standard edition on the European continent and gave rise to the name Textus Receptus because it called itself the text received by all. Other editions merit mention here, but it's unclear what exactly should count as a TR. Is John Mill's 1607 Greek New Testament a TR given?
No. John Mills is not his own edition. John Mills has the 1550 of Stephanus, and his work is in the footnotes of what he did. So he's trying to make it as a new edition. I've heard this before. I've been cornered in debates that he didn't change. He didn't have the reading of shall be in it. It's like, yeah, because that's Beza's text. It's not Stephanus's text. And so John Mills, 1707, what he did, he got, I think it was 100 manuscripts, and he worked out that there was 30,000 variants. Okay. Now, if you have a really bad manuscript, like if you look at, say, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus with just 3,000 differences just in the Gospels alone, you can see just in the Gospels, well, it's not going to take long for 2 manuscripts to rack up a whole bunch of variants. Now, with John Mill, he goes to the Arabic, he goes to the Ethiopic, he goes to quite a lot of things because he was also looking at the work of the London Polyglot of Walton, which they looked at Codex Alexandrinus and things like that. So he's just looking at a bunch of manuscripts and just pointing out there's difference here, difference there, etc. But the main text he used, like I'll show you here. So Matthew 1:1, this is on my website. And so hopefully these pictures are working. I'm having a little bit of trouble with my pictures actually working. And I really need to get someone to look at it. Okay, so that's just going to take a while to load up. And so what we'll do, we'll keep going with Mark, and then I'll jump back to that once it's loaded.
And that his purpose was not to print a perfect Greek text, but to report variants, of which he duly supplied 30,000. The list above will likely suffice, however, to demonstrate that an appeal...
Okay, so it's reloaded. Yeah, so some of these pictures are not actually showing up, which is a shame. But I've got quite a lot of pictures here. But if you look at... Okay, so I've got John Mills that's coming up. This text here is identical to the 1550 of Stephanus. So that's John Mills' actual text. Now notice it has an A here. Looking for the next, a B here, Zara. So he just has these places where down the bottom he talks about them and talks about different, this manuscript has this or spells this name differently or whatever. And so that's a 1550 edition. So these are the Textus Receptus editions. Okay. So I'll just enlarge in this so you can see it. Or what gets labeled as Textus Receptus. So you got the Computensium Polyglot 1514, the Aldine edition 1518, then the Cephalus edition, that was in 1524. Now I've just put that separately from Erasmus's 5 editions. Erasmus had 15, 16, 19, 22, 27, and 35. So they're all there. Then Colineus, he did one in 1534. Then Cessa did one in 1538. Stephanus, he did his 4 editions in 46, 49, 50, and 51. Theodore Beza, he did his 5 editions. So he had his 56, 57 edition. Now, it was done in a few different types of reprints. Sometimes with, might have a Syriac Bible, but it might have the Greek of Theodore Beza next to it, like a parallel or a diglot. And then 1565. So the first edition was in Latin. Okay, so he didn't do a Greek edition, but it had all the footnotes and everything. The first Greek edition was in 1565. This is why there's confusion about which was his first and second editions, but I had to work all this out to make this website. Then you got the 1582, 88, and 98 editions. And so 1604, he's just printed a minor edition of that. So, but it's not a new edition. Then you got the Plantum Polyglot, 1584. You got Elia Hutter's Greek, that's in 1599, and these would all be TR editions. And then the Elzevers comes along with their 24 and 33, 1624, 1633 editions are their main ones. So then we got the London Polyglot, which used the 1550 of Stephanus. John Mill used the 1550 of Stephanus. And then we have Scrivener, which basically uses Beza's text and has 20 differences. So you can see on my website, I've gone through lots and lots and lots of different manuscripts, and I'm putting all that information on the page there. All the English Bibles as well. So let's let Mark. So we've got TurretinFan in the house. Turretin says, I was appreciative to Mark for, in the description, linking to my response to Riddle. Okay, so I didn't realize he'd done that. But let's continue. So if I remember, no, I can't remember what the response was. Oh, it was to Jeff Riddle talking in the Trinitarian Bible Society conference, I think it was. So anyway, let's continue.
Field to the TR requires further specification.
Yes, which I just specified the underlying Greek text of the King James. Case closed.
That list totals, in fact, 28 TRs.
Okay, and I've just showed you probably a heap more. There's probably about 100 different Greek texts printed in that era. And so just because you retroactively label something as Textus Receptus, it doesn't mean they're all related. It doesn't mean they're all, but they're all basically Textus Receptus type editions. Like if you showed these critical text guys a text from that era, they go, oh, this is a TR type edition. Just like someone would recognize a Byzantine text. And so that's why they're all got that label. But you can't say, well, they're all got the label, so they should all be the same. It's like, I drive a Cadillac. Cadillac is the best car. Cadillac this, Cadillac that. And then you're like, which one? It's like, well, the most recent one they brought out is the best one. And it's like, but there's been like 40 different Cadillacs. How can you say Cadillac's the best? It's like, it's just names, a name play. He's just going Textus Receptus. If you call the Computensium Polyglot the Textus Receptus, and there's a difference, what's going on here? It's like, obviously there's differences, Mark. It's like iPhone 5, iPhone 6, iPhone 7. They're different. You don't have to be a savant to figure this out. Terry O'Neill says, the Mark Wall video came up in my feed earlier today, and I thought, I hope Revolution does some analysis on this sometime. Thrilled to be here tonight. Yeah, cheers. Thanks for that.
So
let's continue.
No one alive knows precisely how much each differs from the others, for not all have been collated or digitized.
But we can pretty much tell. And at the end of the day, it's like, look how many I've just got on my website. And I haven't even looked into this for years of, where to get other editions and things like that. So if you go to my website, yes, I've got some image issues. There should be an image there, and I've got to fix that. But you can go to the Complutensian and look at that, Erasmus editions. You can click on all of those editions of Beza, and they come up as a PDF that you can download. And beside all that, I've got a scan of that Bible, Codex Beza, and oftentimes like Bibles-online have, the Hutter edition, the King James edition, a whole bunch of others. And it's like, I've got a whole heap of books there as well. If anyone's interested, just go to I might chuck that in the chat. But it's like, it's easy to figure out. It's not hard. And no one's completely collated. Well, in the areas that need collation, we've done that. I mean, so Matthew 1 here, what more work could I really do? I mean, I've pointed out that you've got the Complutensian saying this, and I've looked at, different types of capitalization, nomina sacra, etc. Aldine says that, the Cephalus, so that's Wolf Cephalus. Sometimes I call him Wolf, sometimes I call him Cephalus. The Erasmus editions, you can go through all that and check that. Colonnaeus. Now, I haven't got that printed there, but I'm pretty sure I've got a picture of it. Maybe I don't. Cessa's edition. But these are pretty much unimportant. They're of scholarly interest, but really they didn't have much influence. Stephanus's editions, you go through those. Beza's editions, you can go through it. And see, the thing is, you can just click on them and look at them. The originals online. This is his 1598. Vivalos Genesios Jesu Christo, here it's 1598. Vivalos Genesios Jesu. I've copied pictures over. Hutter, Plantin, Elsevers, London Polyglot. I mean, in places where we want to have a collation, we've done it. So usually that's on things that are disputed. We're like, okay, well, let's do all the homework on that. We do it. And it's like, but anyone can look up any of this at any time. You don't have to have it all digitally, like Logos Bible software. That it has to be on there, or else it's not real. It's like, you can just do the homework yourself. Half the time you have these things like the edition of Beza, 1598, available on Bible Hub, and it's got errors. And so if you, I won't show you because this will become a massively long video. But look, comparing manuscripts. This is between 700 and 800. This manuscript, Codex Basilinus, appeared. And it's got this reading. Look at all the nomina sacra there. Jesu Christu, we are David, we are Abraham. And so anyone can tell that's nomina sacra. If you expand that, it says Jesus, just as the word holy at Revelation 16:5 is there to indicate a sacred name. But that's a whole other story. Let's continue.
Though you can look at least most of them online and do that work yourself, and I would welcome it. The King James translators primarily used two TRs, Stephanus's 1550 and Beza's 1598, a diligent 19th century.
This is an oversimplification. They used everything. They looked at everything. When he's saying they used the TR, there's two ways of looking at that. They've used it in a sense where they've looked at it, studied it, thought about it, because we know just from the marginal notes and some of the italics that clearly, like Beza has, say, 1 John chapter 2, verse 23, when it has, he that acknowledges the Son has the Father also. That's in italics, but it's in Beza's text. So they didn't have to put in italics, but they did that because they were paying respect to the 1550. And so we can see that they utilize those texts. But let's have a look at what they actually used. They say themselves in the dedication to King James, they used everything. So they didn't limit themselves to just only this. So this is what James White tries to say. They only used the printed editions. They didn't go outside of that, and they didn't think about it. They didn't look at manuscripts. It's just this strange, weird story that James White brings up. And it's like, no, you're looking at people who knew a lot about manuscripts, as if they wouldn't have gone to the library and looked up manuscripts. I mean, they were just forbidden. It's just this stupid story that it's a bit like Erasmus never looked at Vaticanus. He went to the Vatican Library, and I often make up my own story. Like, he went up to touch Vaticanus, and this green gas came out, like in a corny 1960s Batman clip. And, he fell on the ground, and the Joker started laughing, and he was like, came out of the Vatican Library like, oh, what happened? But he never got to see Vaticanus, because they say, I never saw it. It's like, how do you know? And he lived with Paulus Bombasius, who was later the curator for the Vatican Library. He lived with him for like a year. Anyway, let's not destroy all of the anecdotes that the critical text guys have, because why let the truth get in the way of their good stories? It says, for when your highness had once out of deep judgment apprehended how convenient it was, listen to this, that out of the original sacred tongues, that's number one, the Hebrew and the Greek, together with comparing the labors, both of our own, that's the English, and other foreign languages, Latin, German, French, Slavonic, Coptic, you name it, other languages. Lancelot Andrews knew 21. They're not specific here in a limit. They were looking at everything. So when it's just, the James White thing, no, they only looked at really Beza and Stephanus. No, they used Beza because that was the main text to use. Okay. Now, I understand what Mark Ward's saying, but this can be a double-edged sword, where sometimes it's like they didn't look at anything else. And because James White said that for so many years, I think that Mark Ward's influenced by that. But we've got to understand they looked at they were scholars. You wouldn't just, like if I came out and said, Bruce Metzger never read the original 1611 Bible. How do I know that? How can I prove that? People just make up this type of thing about the process. So let's continue.
Century scholar with the Dickensian name of Scrivener did indeed collate these, cataloging 111 passages in which the King James translators chose to follow Beza against Stephanus, 59 in which they did the opposite, and 67 in which they differed from both texts and went with some other reading from some of the 28 texts that I've just listed.
Okay, so in the Appendix E of Scrivener, he mentions all this. And so these are lists, but they're different lists to the 190 list that he has at the back of his 1881 Textus Receptus.
Consequently, until Scrivener's work, which I actually have right here, there was no single edition of the Greek New Testament that perfectly matched the King James Version, that reflected the textual critical decisions of the King James translator.
Beza's was close, about 20 differences, but there was no perfect one. And even today, I would say, well, like even the final amen on the end of Ephesians is not on this. I think it should be. To me, that's like an issue. It's like you can just go in there and write it in there. But at the end of the day, so what Mark Ward here is saying is correct. But people who, as I mentioned before, there are people who are in the confessional bibliology camp. There are people who are in the Reformed camp who follow like the Westminster Confession of Faith, the Second London Baptist Confession. And so this can rattle their cage. But because it's like, well, where was the Greek text then? And it's like, well, in Beza. Basically, if you were to get the Textus Beza, like I've been showing up on the screen here, it's like, where's the TR? Where is the TR? Printed TR. I've got to find it now. There. And where are all the notes? There. Every reading that you find in King James is in this edition. Most of it's here. About 20 are down here. There you go, Mark Ward. And so if this had continually been printed on, which I'm not sure, I guess I'll have to check. I know Beza's Latin was printed, a lot. His Greek was printed separately at certain stages. It'd be interesting to see, how many of these print runs of the 1598 was used. But some people just went, the 1550, and that was close enough for them. Some people went with Elzevers, that was close enough for them. But this is where it is. So you can't really, in the main text, you could say yes, Scrivener's. That's the edition that the King James translators didn't print a parallel Greek Bible. If they had, we would just go with it. But Scrivener, 250 years later, went, well, I'm going to make this thing. He did it, changed to 20 places. Like I said, sprinkled a little bit of salt, and now it's got his name on it. And we have to go, Scrivener, where I'm more like, no, Beza, and King James guys. So.
Scrivener therefore produced yet another version of the TR.
Produced yet another version of the TR? No, he was basically just pointing out, he says in the introduction, it's the work of Beza. And it's modified in 20 translatable places to match the decisions of the King James translators.
One that records all the text critical choices evident in the King James version.
Pretty much the same thing.
And that means
that's about the same thing I was saying.
One more TR must be added to the list. Scrivener of 1881 and 1894, same text. This 29th and final TR is the one used today by basically all who prefer the TR, but it is naturally only one among many TRs. Should Textus Receptus perhaps be Texti Recepti? Mainstream King James only.
Should Textus Receptus perhaps be Textus Recepti? It's like, okay, you've got your critical edition. Which one? Nestle Alarm text? Do you go with the 27th? Why do you not pit the 27th against the 13th? What's your problem? Should we say critici receptity? You know what I mean? What are you talking about, Mark? You're trying to be clever. You stole that from Farstead in his debate with Sam Gipp and Joseph Chambers and who else was it? Guy from the Trinitarian Bible, guy from the Dean Burgon Society. But at the end of the day, a texti recepti, yeah, that's plural. But where was your text in the Reformation period? Where was your text in like 1760? Nowhere. Who was using your text? No one. Zero. So it's a bit like saying, where were the Jehovah's Witnesses before, when did they start? It was like, I think it was like 1870s or something. They sort of came out of the Millerite confusion and the Seventh-day Adventist groups. But it's like, where were they before then? Like 100 years before. They didn't exist. There was zero of them. So it's a new thing. It's a fad. It's a cult. So you're in a cult, Mark. You are the one who is in a cult. It's a brand new fad. But I want to go back through that Textual Recepti thing. Texti Recepti.
Should Textus Receptus perhaps be Texti Recepti?
Anyway, it's just, how many manuscripts do modern translators use when they're doing their work? Do they just use the NA28? Yeah, and that's it. That's what the King James guys just used, Bezas. And that's the thing about Westcott and Hort. what did they use? Because apparently it doesn't matter if Erasmus spent half of his life going around looking at libraries and writing down variant readings and looking at different manuscripts. That doesn't matter. He only had a handful of manuscripts that he used when he was doing his TR edition, even though he spent so many years looking at other editions and manuscripts and things like that. That doesn't count. It's got to be what you got in your hand. And I was thinking, I wonder what Westcott and Hort actually had in their hand. Did they actually have Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, or just facsimile copies of it, which we know nowadays can have certain errors and certain shadings that can cause things to look a little bit darker than so you can't spot Nomina Sacra that well. And what did they have at hand? Terry O'Neill says, is that the Trinitarian Bible Society position? Trinitarian Bible Society position is it is hard to say, but basically they would just say that this is the best representation of the text underlying the King James Version. I know a few people say, the absolute, like when I interviewed Peter Van Cleek recently, he said that's every jot and tittle of that is the Word of God. Where I'm like, okay, I can say that as a roundabout sort of figure, but if you get me on those 190 list of Scrivener, I've done my article on that, and basically shown that only 10% of those readings are warranted. Now I haven't finished the article, but as I go along, more and more will come out about that. And but yeah, there's different. So some people say, that's exactly the Word of God. But see, this is where I think Mark Ward and Tim Berg and these guys, what they do is they play on this. They go, okay, where was the Word of God in Greek in 1870, 1860, and it's like, if that is 100%, it's like, well, where, if the Word of God is being kept pure in all ages, every jot and tittle, they use this type of argumentation where I'm just like, well, it's Beza's text. That's where it was, if you want that in the Greek. But I'm not really fussed whether it's in Greek or what. I know it's the underlying text of this. And so if I want to find out what the Greek says, I can just read the English of this. And then I can go to any one of these editions and find out what the Greek says and work it out. You don't have to be a genius to figure that out. But there are some groups that are like Greek only. And I know the vast majority of people are, where when you go, okay, I can find the text here, it's, oh, you're King James only, you're English only. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm both. Things that are equal to each other, they're equal to themselves. That if the King James has the same reading to the Textus Receptus, they're both saying the same thing. If you translate that into Spanish, well, they're all saying the same thing. It's not like we have to throw one out or be part of one group, and you have to because I know some people like, I'm an English guy, I don't look at Greek, and other people like, I'm a Greek guy, I don't say that the English has any meaning. But then everyone's got to acknowledge that at the end of the day, we go with the textual choices of the translators, because the 20 differences between that and Beza are what the King James translators made. 20 little differences. So that's what Mark Ward and Tim Berg and James White and these other guys play on all these little things, trying to find a little crack somewhere. And if someone's making a definitive statement about something and they can't back it up, that's when they love that. They're like, but you can't back that up. Which Textus Receptus? And if they're like Doug Wilson, like, the 1550, it's like they just point out a whole bunch of differences between that and the King James, and so that's what Mark Ward actually goes on to do. It's this video is just ridiculous. It's almost like I could just skip 40 minutes of this video and just basically summarize it and go, why would you compare this to the 1550? Compare it to the 1598, not the 1550, because there's differences. It's ridiculous, but that's what he's done in his article. So he's sticking to his guns. It's a bit like me comparing the NA28 with Ruckman's text. It'd be like, oh, we don't even really use Ruckman's text, But that's what he's doing. He's comparing the 1550, saying, well, that's what the King James translators use, all this sort of stuff.
Mainstream King James onlyism is to be distinguished from Ruckmanism, the defining feature of which is its belief that the King James is itself inspired and perfect. Nonetheless,
no. D.A. Waite would say that this is perfect. So Dean Burgon Society, mainstream, what you would label King James onlyism, that say this is a Textus Receptus underlying, they would say that this is perfect, a perfect translation of the Textus Receptus, and they would say that the words are inspired because of preservation, because they were once inspired, and preservation carries that inspiration, just like a horse and a cart. You've got the horse of preservation carrying the cart of inspiration throughout time. And just as much if you read those words in Greek in, the year 50, and they were straight from the pen of Paul, if you read it in English in, 1750, it's the same. They're the same words. They have the same impact. And so that means those words are inspired. Not one jot or tittle has passed from the law. The words that those jots and tittles make up have been carried across through time to us today.
Alas, mainstream King James only institutions generally treat the King James as perfect. Their technical term is preserved, even if they do not explicitly regard it as such. And there is no doubt that this group treats the Textus Receptus as perfect and immutable. I look compulsively at bibliology statements on King James only church websites. I've saved hundreds of them. And after looking at hundreds of them, I've discovered not one that acknowledges differences among TRs or
not one acknowledges differences among the TRs, because that would be like saying, that's sort of like saying, I went through a whole bunch of church websites. Not one of them said the sky was blue or that the ocean has fish in it. It's like, why would you say that? It's obvious. If you got a different, something printed in 1516 by Erasmus, if he does a 1519 edition, of course there's going to be differences. What, you think people don't know that? People debate things like, the first two editions of Erasmus didn't have a Comma Johannium in it. Notice we're like the editions, and then he put it in his third edition when we're saying it's a progression. And if you look at the preface of the one that they're saying is, the TR, it mentions like, 20 to 30 different editions of the TR here. I remember I counted them all one time. I can't be bothered doing that right now, but it's like, Complutensian, it talks about Stephanus, Colonaeus of 1534, Erasmus with his editions, Beza's editions, the Elzevir's editions. Why would they have different editions? They're supposed to be all the same, are they, Mark? That's what people think. All the Textus Receptus editions are the same. How daft! Like, how can I make a stupid face without looking stupid? It's like, Ashati says, grace and peace, Brother Nick. Helg says, the critical text cult, a good one. Apostle Mark Ward, shame on you for committing the sin of certainty. Look, is he going around trying to get Christians not to look at pornography? No, he's trying to get us to stop looking at the King James Bible. Where's his heart at? What's he? Christians have been looking at that Bible for years and years and years and come up with good teaching, good doctrine, all the rest of it. He's like, You better turn away from that horrible thing and get with the Faith Life program and Logos and Verbum. Terry O'Neill says, looking to the King James Version without worrying about the lack of a contemporary parallel Greek, while at the same time not being King James Version only. That's a new perspective to me. Very interesting. Makes sense. Yeah, if the King James translators had done a parallel Greek Bible and a Hebrew Bible, there would be no King James only movement. See, the thing is, Beza was very, very good. But the King James translators, they were so superior to anything that had really happened. Even secular people say this. They're like, this is just a unique gathering of learned people who knew languages, who knew theology, who knew that they could just spot things in the text and go, that's a wrong reading because of this and because of that. They just knew the text so well. And so any one of these people would have been qualified to do a new Hebrew text or a new Greek text. So they just did it in English. And I think that was purposeful too, because, yeah, I know there is a lot of untrue things said about King James. Yeah, he just only did it for political reasons, for empire and all this sort of stuff. But there would have still been something that was in them that was like, English. Let's make English the main thing. And that's what they did. And so they weren't basically, pushing for the Hebrew, weren't pushing for the Greek. They're pushing for English people to know their word in their language. And I guess it's like, the Vulgate that was done in Latin, and that just became the standard for years and years and years. And that's sort of what happened. They ended up making this English, and it's still the standard today. And the thing is, it's not such a strange concept. What I'm saying is not strange. When Westcott and Hort wanted to know where the Textus Receptus was, they said to Scrivener, work it out. He got Beza's text, and he amended a few little places of what the King James translators did. So what I'm saying is not strange. And if you look at the Manetti text, it's a Latin text. 70 years before Erasmus, Manetti did a Latin Bible only based upon Greek manuscripts. So when you look at that Latin Bible that he has, you would say that that's a representation of Greek readings, wouldn't you? Now, if we've lost all those manuscripts that were underlying that, for example, we could still look at his Latin edition and say that's a representation of the Greek behind it, couldn't we? And so that's what we do with the King James. We look at it and we go, well, the Greek behind it says this. So if there's any tiny little, tiny grains of salt that are different, we can spot them just by looking at the English. And so
specifies which TR they believe to be perfectly preserved. In other words, they all assume that the TR is one text. R.B. Willett, author of one of the most influential and often cited.
So some of these guys are R.B. Willett. I've never read any of his material ever. Like maybe I have in a meme or something like that, but and so oftentimes Mark Ward will quote all these people, and it's like, this guy said this and this guy said that, and sometimes it's like, this guy said this and it's wrong. It's like, okay, well, so sometimes people quote answers in Genesis, and I think they're wrong on some things, not all their major things, but just, they've got an opinion, and it's like, nah, I don't agree with that. Sometimes Ken Hovind says things, young earth creationists, and I'm like, no, I don't really gel with what he said there. But the whole basis of young earth creationism, I believe in. Why? Because of what the Bible says, and because I've developed my own opinions on that. I would never just look at what someone says about something and just classify them, oh, you're in a cult because you're the same as Ken Ham, and you're the same as Ken Hovind, you're the same as Jonathan Safadi and all these other people because you're all in the same cohesive group. It's like half the time these guys are at loggerheads with each other. They have, the Hovind has his Hovind theory of the firmament of water above, like a canopy above the earth and all this sort of stuff. That was before the flood, and the Hovind theory and all this. People don't gel with that, and so they don't use that argumentation. And so when he quotes other King James people, I know some people might have read his stuff, but I've read through D.A. Waite's material, listened to a lot of it, and sometimes I'm like, nah, I don't think the King James is grade 5 reading level. I don't. And I've never used that argument. I remember hearing that years and years and years ago, and I just knew instinctively, like, no. I've sat in Bible studies where we've had, I've mentioned this before in a recent video, we had a lawyer come in, very intelligent, which was reading everything that we put in front of him. And then when it come his time in the Bible study to read the King James, he was just like, just struggled. And so we gave him, because at the time we were a New King James church, but someone just had an Old King James and he just ended up with it. And I always remembered that and thought, it is, for some people it's hard. And it depends on which country you're in too, because some people in the United States, they've grown up with it. They're reading it, they're memorizing it and all the rest of it. I don't have any problems with it. But I know when my friends are quoting the King James and they say the ifs at the wrong place, they say, for God so loveth the world that he gaveth his only, and I'm like, no, that's not how you say it. But they're trying, and they're not silly people. Like, they're intelligent people, but they're just, sometimes they can struggle, so, and anyway, so Alan Stewart said, as someone who circulates in the IFB camp, there are a few who give serious consideration of doctrine. He uses men with fake doctorates to discredit men with academic abilities and degrees. Yeah, because when you look at Jack Mormon, he had very good credentials, and even D.A. Waite, these guys know doctrine. And, I'm not an IFB guy, I'm not a Baptist guy, and so I would disagree with certain things, but when it comes to, like, I've listened to D.A. Waite talk about pre-trib rapture stuff. I'm in like 100% agreement, going, yeah, that's great material. There's a lot of things he will say about the Trinity. I'm like, yep, that's great material. And then there's other things I'm like, no, we disagree there. But these guys are men who are very well credentialed. And so, anyway, let's continue. Alan says, consider the treatment that Jeff Riddle, Dr. Letus, and Edward Hills. Yeah. I mean, yeah, these guys know their material really well. I mean, I might have disagreements with these guys, and obviously people fall under different banners of, Reformed or IFB or whatever, but it's like, everyone's got something of interest to say. And the thing is too, like, even what Jeff Riddle says, I listen to pretty much everything he brings out. The vast majority of the time, I'm in agreement with that, with what he's saying about the received text and stuff like that. But like with Peter Van Cleet, we did an interview, and I'm like, yeah, you could tell we're in agreement with pretty much everything. But when there's a few tiny things we're not in agreement with, and so Mark Ward likes to play on that. Well, this guy said this, and then he'll just quote like Sam Gipp, which almost none of us who are, TR people would gravitate to. Now, Sam Gipp can say some things right, but he says a lot of things wrong. And it's like, or he might come to the right conclusion, but he gets there in the wrong way. And it's a bit like with young earth creationism. Once you know that that's correct, pretty much if someone says, hey, I found a bone that's like 4 million years old, in your mind you're going, no, it's not. And you haven't even looked at it, but you just know instinctively, no, it's not. Now, you could just make up whatever story, and your conclusion would be, no, that's probably from the flood. And you're probably correct in that. But the way that you get there, you could just sort of make up a story, or you could go and do science yourself and test it and all the rest of it and prove that it's not that old and prove that it's only, 4,000 years old or whatever. And see, that's what I find with some of these guys like Gipp and others. They know that the King James position is correct. So they've already got the answer, but then it's getting to the answer. It's a bit like when you're at school. Like, we used to have math books, and it would have all the questions and exercises to do and everything. But at the back, you could see the answers. And so, you know, when the teacher's not looking, jump to the back and write the answers down. And then what the teacher would do is, like, they would know. Teachers weren't that stupid. They would just overlook a lot of things, but they would say, you know, Nick, how did you come to that conclusion? Well, you know, there's and just make up something, you know, the best you can. And that's what I find with some of these, you know, King James only guys. You know, they're trying. They've got the correct answer, but it's how they got there. It's just not the same. You know, you can say Easter is the correct reading in the Bible, and it's like, well, because it's a pagan festival, because of this, and it's like, no. You've got many different ways to getting to Easter's correct, but it's like, you know, I believe that my position is correct, you know, because it's the equivalent to Oster, which is the shortened form of Verstehung, the German word for resurrection. And that was the only place the King James translators recognized that it was in a post-resurrection context. The semantic range warranted to have Easter there, which means resurrection. Everywhere else had Passover because it was before the resurrection. So Terry says he's a maths teacher. Whoa. I just spilt the beans and said that I was looking at the answers at the back of the book. I'm sure that you've caught people doing that if they have the same sort of thing they do here in Australia.
And gracious King James only tracts quotes George Eldon Ladd giving the standard evangelical view of New Testament textual criticism, namely that in the absence of divine revelation, we are left to our best scholarly lights in evaluating textual variants. Well, that responds to this way. All answers that come from human scholarship will be imperfect and tentative. This is why we need an absolute scripture, capitalized. That's from A More Sure Word, Which Bible Can You Trust? Mainstream King James and TR advocates insist, especially when they are speaking to lay people, that the TR is the fulfillment of Jesus' promise that every jot and tittle of Scripture will be preserved in providential perfection. Chuck Surratt of Ambassador Baptist College writes in his Certainty of the Words, a title that encapsulates his argument regarding textual criticism, quote, God does not want his people to look at his word through eyes of uncertainty, but the majority of modern-day textual critics are unsure of the accuracy of their work. While it is certainly possible that humans could err in making copies, and history has proven this to have been the case, it should also be acknowledged that God is capable of superintending the process in such a way that all the words of the originals remain intact for believers to access. That, again, is from Certainty of the Words, Biblical Principles of Textual Criticism, written.
Well, what else would you want people to do? Have uncertainty? Be like Bart Ehrman, but still go to church, you know? Alan Stewart says, miracle bashing again. Yeah. Don't have certainty of the words. Have, you know, maybe Mark Ward can write a book called Uncertainty of the Words.
By Chuck Surratt. An unpublished white paper written by Bearing Precious Seed Global's assistant director and translation director, Steve Combs, acknowledges that there were textual errors and printing errors in the received text when it was first printed. But Combs posits that, quote, these and other readings were corrected in subsequent editions of the printed text. He says that the history of the text, he's talking about the Greek New Testament, the history of that text from 1516 through 1894, that is from Erasmus to Scrivener, is a history of purification, and each edition of the received text brought it closer to perfection. These editions represented steps in the process of God's preservation of his pure words.
So I would just say that process there of printing started in 1514 with the Complutensian and Polyglot. It went all the way through to 1611, and the final edition is in English. The final TR was in English. And so, which matches up to Beza's Greek, except in 20 places. And I guess inadvertently matches up with his Latin as well in 20 places. And so I wouldn't go all the way through to 1894. I mean, so 1894 is just when they were basically printing Scrivener's edition without all the Westcott and Hort baggage on it. So
Combs knows that this may sound like special pleading even to his King James only readers. Why would a perfectly preserved text need purification? And where was that perfect text?
because you're going from one technology to another. I'm sure that when the original, when the King James was put online for the first time, like they've invented the internet, 1990s, someone goes, I'm going to put the King James up there. So they copy and paste it from some Bible program or whatever. And I'm sure that they probably might have put the wrong edition, because most people go, well, it's the Cambridge edition, the 1900 edition is the one with all the issues ironed out. And so print issues and spelling issues and all the rest of it. So someone probably put up the Oxford one, and maybe it sat there for 3 years, 4 years. Then someone went, hang on, let's put this other edition up there, and they put that there. And maybe there was typos, maybe there were things, but it got to the stage where someone nailed it and went, that's exactly the 1900 edition there. That's just what happened with the TR editions. So the TR, Erasmus worked on it, Stephanus, Beza, a whole bunch of others. And then the King James translators, they just went, they recognized the text and said, that's the text. And they translated it, and case closed. You no longer have to work on that. And so there's the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so it hasn't been broken. People have been looking to the King James as a standard for many years. The Bible societies used to look at it as a standard for many years until Westcott and Hort days. And then Nestle got involved with all that, Nestle. Now, the King James has been a standard that many have looked to as that's the words of God. And it's been translated into many, many other languages as well. And so that's our standard. And that's what we look to.
During that process. But Combs insists that, quote, this is not the same as the process of textual criticism going on today among doubting and unbelieving scholars. This all took place in a context of faith in God's preservation of his word.
Yeah, because most of the scholars, as we've just pointed out, Carlo Martini, Bruce Metzger, Kurt Ayland, these guys are heretical who have produced your Greek text, let alone the translators. You can go through the sketchy testimonies of a lot of these translators. Yes, some of them are like, evangelical and butter wouldn't melt in their mouth, and they're lovely people and they tick all the boxes of orthodoxy. But they are involved with heretical people. And so, yeah, at the end of the day, I'm just going to rewind it a little bit. Yeah. So he was saying there was unbelieving scholars, and this took place in the context of faith. And so the difference is believing that God has preserved his words, or that God has not preserved his words, that God's words has error in it. Now, if God was to create a book on mathematics, you would expect that 1 + 1 would equal 2 all throughout the book. But see, these guys can have 1 + 1 equaling 3, or 1 + 1 equaling 15. It can equal whatever they want at any time, in different versions. Their own versions based upon the same text contradict each other. They have the wrong genealogy at times. They have the wrong numbers. They have the wrong geographic location. They have so many errors in these Bibles. If it was a book on mathematics, you would expect that God could count. I mean, you wouldn't want to trust God if you went to meet God and to see if your name is in the book of life or not. And he's like, well, hang on, I'm sorry, guys, but all the J letter names, we're missing 3 pages here. They fell off. Sorry, I can't keep my word. And so all you J people, you have to go to hell. You would expect that God can supernaturally keep his word. Where Mark Ward's just looking naturalistically, he's not trusting in the Bible and what the Bible says about itself. So that's unbelief. There are 2 things that nullify the word of God: unbelief and what's the other one? Unbelief and traditions of men. So people who have traditions that nullify the word of God. So they're they do something like Jesus was talking about the Korban concepts that nullify the word of God, and unbelief. If you don't believe the words of God, that nullifies the word of God. You don't believe it. And so Mark Ward simply doesn't believe God's promises. If he would just read the Bible and not a whole bunch of scholars, he would be at peace. He's completely tormented. I mean, Mark Ward is tormented. He's completely obsessed with calling us names, with slandering us, and trying to convert us, apparently. If I was trying to convert Jehovah's Witnesses, I wouldn't just slander them. I would go visit them, talk to them. But, yeah, it's very strange. Terry O'Neill says, I've been listening to Dr. Riddle confessional preserved in the original languages. Now I hear the final TR is in English. Mind blown by that statement. Yeah, and so, well, to be specific, let me just jump onto my website so we are on the same page with this. Here we go. So I'll just jump onto the front page of my Textus Receptus site. So David Cloud, he summarized the words of Edward Hills. So Edward Hills says, the King James Version ought to be regarded not merely as a translation of the Textus Receptus, but also as an independent variety of the Textus Receptus. So he's saying this is not just a translation of the TR, but it's an independent variety of the TR. Okay. And then he says, but what do we do in those few places in which the several editions of the Textus Receptus disagree with one another? So, what Mark Ward's saying, Stephanus and Beza, there's differences. What do we do? Which text do we follow? The answer to this question is easy. We are guided by the common faith. Hence, we favor that form of the Textus Receptus upon which, more than any other, God working providentially has placed a stamp of his approval, namely the King James Version. Okay, listen to this. Or more precisely, the Greek text underlying the King James Version. So he's saying that's where you find the words of God, but it's actually really the underlying text is what's akin to the originals. Okay. Now, some people think Scrivener has nailed it with that. I would say he's done a very, very good job, but there's just a few little crumbs that I'm like, because I've done that type of research. Most people have never done that type of research, so they wouldn't know. They just say, well, that's identical, And even some people get upset when I point that out, and they're like, why are you causing doubt in that? And it's like, well, I'm just saying the truth, But ultimately, I just say, well, that's Beza's text with a Scrivener bit of salt on it. And some of it wasn't necessary, but some of the Scrivener salt was necessary to match it up with the 20 differences of that. But 170 places, I think, were just phonetic and unnecessary. So hopefully that clears that up. So even though the modern evangelical scholars are not liberal or heretical, they have adopted a text method that is. Yeah, see, that's the problem. You get a lot of people who are like, we're Orthodox, we believe in the Trinity, we believe in the deity of Christ, but they're using a text that was made by heretics, Unitarian influence, a whole bunch of other stuff. And so basically it's like you can be the best chef in the world, but if you're trying to turn dog poo into strawberry jam, it's going to be hard, You can probably do it with a whole lot of flavoring, but it's like, man, just go back to the Textus Receptus, guys. It's so much easier. Mark Ward cannot appreciate, and this is Alan Stewart, he cannot appreciate the difference between a pre-modern and modern worldview. A pre-modern can understand why the modernist denies miracles, but the modernist cannot understand pre-moderns. So very philosophical there, Alan Stewart, and I like the way that you've worded that. And yet it's very true. Unfortunately, Mark doesn't believe that God can do miracles, which is a real shame. Helg Evanson says they have inherited and accepted and received their method. Yeah, and when you look at the people who they're receiving it from, it's like, John Mill, and then it's like, okay, Bengal, Griesbach, Luckman, Westcott and Hort, George Van Smith, Carlo Martini, a whole bunch of weirdos. And so, yeah, it's quite interesting to see who they're receiving this method from. And what's amazing is their methodology is changing all the time, because the creation of Luckman's text was different to how Tischendorf was doing his text, and that's different to how Westcott and Hort did their text. That's different to how Nestle did his text, which is a compilation of all those, and then that's different to how the Nestle Alone United Bible Society guys did their text with Jesuits like Carlo Martini, and then that's different to how other people in the academy were looking at the text, between that time and the time of so the NA 28 in 2013, I think it came out. People looking at the orthodox corruption of Scripture a lot more, Bart Ehrman's type of influence. And now we've got the CBGM coming along. But James White says throw everything out and just go with the CBGM. But what's amazing is the CBGM spat out the reading of 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 10 with the ook reading there, which James White rejects, most people reject. But that's that's an example of the CBGM at work. And so it's not a really good endorsement of the CBGM if they're like, well, we're going with that reading, but it's they're rejecting it. It's like, no, your robot is, it's like when you go into Chat GPT and it gives you the wrong answer. You're like, hang on, can I trust this? Are you going to trust the CBGM in the future, the coherence-based genealogical method with their computer-based technology that's going to tell you what the correct readings are? I think I'll just trust in the King James. It's so much easier. It's just to receive the words of God. Just read the words of God that are already there, already in your hand. You don't have to find the words. They've already been found. Here you go, on a silver platter. Okay, let's go back to Mark.
Scholars. This all took place in a context of faith in God's preservation of his words. Combs knows that the King James New Testament does not match exactly the 1598 Beza text that the translators primarily relied upon. However, he says, quote, the differences between the Beza 1598 text and the King James represent the pinnacle of the edits made to the TR text, and they laid the foundation for Scrivener's 1881 Greek TR edition. No Greek text has ever been produced that is better. Nevertheless, their edits to the received text were made in English, not Greek. The King James translation and its changes in Beza's 1598 text was an especially important step toward a completely pure printed Greek text. This then is what we have now in Scrivener's 1881 TR, a completely pure Greek New Testament.
Yeah, according to him, I've just given my opinion. And a lot of people follow exactly the same conclusions that I have. Hills said, King James, or more specifically, the underlying text. A lot of people think that Scrivener made that text. I'm like, yeah, he did to the most part. There's a few crumbs of information that I would have different, but yeah.
Given to us by the King James translators. Kent Brandenburg, too, writes in Thou Shalt Keep Them, a biblical theology of the perfect preservation of Scripture. The editions of Scrivener printed in 1881 and thereafter represent the exact Greek text underlying the King James Version of the Bible and the preserved autographa.
Well, the thing is, I'm sort of pioneering a work at looking at the 191 differences. So, of course, I'm going to go, well, this one reading here is not that great, and this one reading here is not that great, and blah, blah, blah. Where these guys probably haven't done all that work. And oftentimes he's quoting these books, and it's like 2005 and, 2000 or whatever. And it's like, look, technology is, things are becoming more and more accessible. And even the 1881 Textus Receptus, having that online was a game changer. soon as that came online, I remember just poring over it. Oh, look at this. I remember when Beza's text was put online, me and the author of the KJV Today website, we were going through it like it was Christmas, and looking at different readings, and because up until then it's just like you're sort of trusting on what scholars say, or you have to go to a library and look at it yourself. But then next thing you know, it's on Google Books or Archive or whatever, and you're like, wow, look at this. And so of course people are going to make statements based upon the knowledge that they had at that time. And I would not hold this guy over the coals for making a statement like that. And most people haven't got the time. Most people are very busy, and they only really they haven't got the time to go through the 190 differences of Scrivener. And really, this is a storm in a teacup, because at the end of the day, if you don't have Mark Ward there saying, this is the hugest issue ever, you guys are looking at the King James and it's as bad as looking at pornography, sort of thing. If you don't have that type of thing, if you pick this up and you read it, you're going to get 99.9999999% of the King James. So, and Beza as well. So what's the big deal? It's a storm in a teacup. But Mark Ward likes to strain at a gnat. So he's straining at a gnat, tiny little bug that's coming to the cup, but he's swallowing a camel, isn't he? With accepting the critical text, deleting the last 12 verses of Mark, deleting the woman caught in adultery story, 12 verses, deleting the Comiohenian. Why doesn't he focus on all that? Instead, he's focusing on these Textus Receptus. This edition has this different word here, and it's like, yeah, we're pretty. Yes, some people don't hit the mark exactly of how to describe things, but it's like we have the Word of God. We know, if you were to ask me, and I've had a lot of time in building my website, focusing on this issue, that I think I've got it nuanced to the point where I'm always trying to describe it better and better and better. And as I go along, it's the underlying Greek text of the King James Version. That's close. Beza's is very close. There's about 20 differences between the King James and Beza, translatable differences. But at the end of the day, I can still look at that. And so we've got it there. Now, I understand some people restrict themselves to the Greek only, sort of thing. But if you want to go that route, you can just go, well, Beza's text, and look at the readings in his margins, in his footnotes. They're all the King James readings are there. If you want to find the King James in the Greek, go to Beza's 1598. It's all there.
In other words, the originals. Such a descriptor would have surprised Scrivener, of course, who was simply trying to show, as part of his work on the English Revised Version, the text-critical choices of the King James translators. But the purpose of the above citations was not to surprise Scrivener, who is up in heaven and quite likely already knows what is being done.
I don't know if Scrivener's in heaven or not. I think someone who tampers with the Word of God, the Bible says their part is taken from the book of life and from the holy city. When people like Mark Ward say, well, it's not this is a secondary issue, the word of tampering with the Word of God and all this, that's a secondary issue. I'm like, no, this is a primary issue. That's what the Bible says. Can anyone prove me wrong on that? Revelation 22, 18 and 19, if you add or subtract from the words, if you modify those words, God will take your part from the book of life and from the holy city. That means you going to hell. So how is that not a main thing? How is that not like affecting someone's salvation? And so I think it's just because people don't fear it anymore. It's like, I can have, sex with whoever I want. With 15 people, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to heaven. It's just that type of attitude towards the Word of God. I can chop and change the Word of God because so many people are doing it around us. We're living in a Sodom and Gomorrah of text criticism. Instead of homosexuality or whatever, it's just people chopping away at the Bible. they're knee deep in edits, cuts on the cutting room floor of just pieces they want to cut out of the Bible. They're turning this world into a graveyard of shipwrecked Christians who are like Bart Ehrmans, with filled with footnotes and marginal notes, and filled with all sorts of confusion and doubt, and that the apologists are going around saying, calm down, guys. I know we've got a really sketchy sort of Bible that people can pull to bits and show contradictions and show genealogical lists that are wrong and show where there's manuscript, poor manuscript evidence and all this, but keep trusting that Bible, guys. That's what the apologists are doing. And they're saying, we've got an embarrassment of riches, and getting people hooked in. Oh, embarrassment of riches. Let's go and find out about it. Go to church. Where's the embarrassment of riches, Mark? Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. What about all the rest of it? Oh no, we throw that in the bin, the majority text. We don't go with that. That was just to get you in. We talk about the embarrassment of riches. That's all thrown under the bus. We go with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. But don't they disagree? How can these be the best and oldest? It doesn't make any sense. Trust your pastor. Get some Logos Bible software into you. You'll be able to read something. Don't read Bart Ehrman, but maybe read Jan Kranz, or read these other guys who half the time that they're not even believing in preservation or inspiration. They've got all these strange views. Anyway, I'm preaching. CBGM and AI know more than God. Well, the Terminator, it's got the Skynet Bible. We got the Skynet Bible coming. Are you ready? Even all the differences between the TR editions are very tiny peanuts. I love the way that Helg describes things. Compared to the differences between any Textus Receptus and the critical text. It's like comparing heaven and hell, a little hyperbole there. Yeah, it's like when you're comparing, even if you were to go to what Mark Ward's going to go to with comparing TR editions, it's like comparing the Bishop's Bible to the King James. It's sort of like, they're pretty much saying the same thing, but it's just a word here and there. It's like, maybe we can use that as an example. Imagine if I said, all the English Bibles, or all the English Bibles from Tyndale to the King James, do you realize they have differences in them? People are like, what? Yes, they have differences in them. Do you realize the King James differs from the Geneva? I didn't know that. Well, it's not English Bibles, it's Englishy Bible-y. It's like that. They have differences. That's Mark Ward saying he's scouring the internet looking at these bibliology statements, and no one's mentioning that these Textus Receptus editions differ from each other. It's like, do they mention that the English Bibles differ from each other of that era? It's like, why? This is painful to have to spend my time doing this. It's like, anyway, it's a bit of comic relief as well. Maybe God sent Mark Ward into our lives so we can have a good laugh. But I do hope that Mark Ward will get that deep into this that he'll finally go, yeah, that's the TR. He'll read the Bible and it will say, some verse in Psalm 119 will stick in his heart, and he's like, yeah, God's preserved his word, and he'll just, and he'll become our greatest advocate. Maybe he'll have a Saul to Paul moment. Maybe he'll have a Martin Luther lights on moment and nail the Textus Receptus to the academy door and say this is or the King James and the TR behind it and the Beza edition on top of it. Nail that to the door and say, here, we found it. These are the words of God. And Terry says the nature of the church today that has received the critical text is an apostate church. Yeah, I mean, we know that Jesus says, many will say, Lord, Lord, didn't we do this and do that? And he's like, I didn't know you. So there's going to be a whole bunch of people who are professing Christians who don't even know Jesus at all. Jesus is like, sorry, guys, who are you? And what Bibles are they using? What preachers are they supporting? You know, a lot of the time it's just there's a massive amount of people who you can just sell these things to, and it appeals to them, it appeals to their flesh. But yeah, it's an apostate church. Yes, there are true churches out there. You know, there are a lot of people who follow the King James, follow the Textus Receptus, and there are a lot of Christians who just don't know about this issue as well. And you know, so many people who are in the chat were critical text guys, and then they've come around. And so, yeah, we can't just demonize everyone who has a position like that. But unfortunately, people are so easily swayed by people like Mark Ward. I would just encourage people to think more and to examine these things and to be critical, to look at both sides of a story. History document says, Brother Nick, concerning Mark Ward's video about which TR, you said it perfectly. A storm in a teacup. Yeah, he's straining at a gnat and swallowing a camel. Terry O'Neill says, hyperbole or hyperbole for hyperbole. Yeah, I think I was thinking of some sort of spaghetti bolognese or something. Alan Stewart, just think, Apostle Ward is being paid for this drivel, and we are rebutting him for free. Yeah, it's well, he's keeping us on our toes, he's keeping us busy, and the thing is, every time he brings out a video like this, we refine our position more and more. So sometimes, you know, if Luther didn't have the opposition that he had, he wouldn't have refined the way that he was debating, or, you know, sometimes it takes having enemies to redefine your position, or to finely tune your position. And so I've got something beeping in the background there. I'm not sure. I've got so many pages open. I'll let Mark talk while I shut some pages.
Done to his work. It's to show that the mainstream King James only movement, the sector of King James onlyism, which appears to be numerically the largest, regularly argues for the perfect preservation of the Textus Receptus.
Some do.
And their rhetoric consistently pits the certainty available with the forever settled in heaven TR against the instability of the forever unsettled upon earth critical text that I've got here.
Well, I mean, the critical text advocates don't claim their text is perfect. So we're just saying, yeah, we agree your text is not perfect. Well, you guys, the TR is not perfect either. And we're like, no, it is perfect. In a sense of, you know, the underlying Greek text of the King James is perfect. And so we can point out any issues that we have with Scrivener's text. We can point out any issues that we have with Beza's text. We've done the homework. We say that the words of God are available to us. The words of God are within our reach. We've received the words of God. Well, you guys are saying your text is filled with error. And you're saying that if you say that the words are all there, then you're a Ruckmanite sort of thing. And so you're an absolutist. So you're not saying that it's perfect. So we're just agreeing with your conclusion about your text. Plus, we've done our own homework on your text, and we've found it filled with errors, grammatical errors, solecisms, geographical errors, historical errors. Yeah, you name it. There's problems with your text. So we're just going with the data, the facts and stats and figures. They back up what our conclusion is. They're not backing up what your conclusion is. And your text is only brand new. Since Westcott and Hort, it's gone through a whole bunch of modification, but it's still just a brand new text that was totally, completely unknown in the Reformation period. Your text with your unique readings and omissions and changes and was completely unknown in the Reformation period.
Here, if differences among TR editions are acknowledged at all. They're said to be few and minor, or to be transcended by the final purification of God's word, which is found in Scrivener's 1881 TR. A small footnote for those who are observant, I actually have 2 copies of Scrivener here. I don't have 2 printed editions of different TR editions, but I needed some kind of visual aid. Let's continue. To my knowledge, no advocate of mainstream King James onlyism has collated the differences among all printed TR editions.
You wouldn't do it everywhere, but they have been collated in places where they need to be. And so most people who are involved with TR advocacy and King James advocacy have looked at places where people have complaints. And so, James White will say, Ephesians 3:9, and we'll all go there and do all the homework and look up manuscripts and compare Old English Bibles, compare all the TR editions. This is the usual type of study that we do. And so we do that. So, there's probably not just one person who's done it all, everything, and looked at, read through every edition of the TR and pointed out every little difference. But on a lot of key places, we've done that.
Or has offered principles for determining, when variants between TRs do affect the sense.
In a lot of places, that has been done.
Determining which reading should be adopted.
Beza has good argumentation for that. The Reformation and post-Reformation literature have good argumentation for a lot of that. And sometimes you'll find this spills out into commentaries of, people like Gill and Martin and others. They mightn't agree 100% like we do with the text, but it's like they offer very good explanations for a lot of these things.
Countless doctrinal statements from churches, schools, and mission boards confess faith in the Textus Receptus, and nearly none specify which TR they confess.
A lot do. They say, we believe in the underlying Greek text. Maybe I should just Google that. Underlying Greek text of the, and I'll just leave it, underlying Greek text of the, because usually it will be authorized version after that, but sometimes it might be King James version or the 1611. Let's have a look. Underlying Greek text of the New King James. Are you ESV only? This group believes the underlying Greek text of the KJV. So this group, maybe Mark was just looking in the wrong spot. The first thing on Google, just underlying Greek text of the, okay, so, okay, proper distinctions. That I like the KJV the best. Okay, so that sounds like a Mark War, a James White sort of thing. Yeah, White's categorization. But what's amazing is White, in his category, he actually puts Zane Hodges as a King James onlyist. Text and translation. This is a 1594 Scrivener edition that shows the underlying Greek text. So yes, some people like that's the underlying Greek text of the King James, which it is. According to Scrivener's best ability, that's what it is. Where all I've really done is gone through and just questioned his ability and gone, a few places here and there aren't 100%. But these guys know that anyway. That if I was to ask them, where's there an error between this and the King James, they'd say, Ephesians, the amen on the end of Ephesians, we believe it should be there. And even if you look at editions that come out, like Parallel Bibles by J. Green, he has the final amen here in Ephesians, where it's not in Scrivener's, but he's saying he's using Scrivener's text, so he actually just fixes it. And so people know about these issues. It's not hidden. So anyway, I'm sort of rabbit trailing. Let's continue.
But the mainstream King James only movement does have an implicit answer to the question, which TR? There is one edition of the Greek New Testament that it consistently uses in its various educational institutions. That is Scrivener's TR of 1881 and 1894, especially the edition put out by the Trinitarian Bible Society, like I've got here. They also, therefore, have an implicit principle for choosing among TR readings when they differ, namely divine providence through the apparent blessing of the King James Version. In other words, the answer of mainstream King James onlyism to the question, which TR is the King James? The material that I'm working through in this video originally appeared as an article in the Detroit Baptist Seminary Journal.
So what was he getting at there? It's like Scrivener. See, notice he didn't say this is Beza's text with a tiny little few readings from the King James in it that Scrivener made up. No, he's not saying that, is he? He's just saying this is from the King James, you know. So in other words, it's King James onlyism. These people are King James. You know, he's just trying to slander us, just trying to pigeonhole us. You're a Ruckmanite, you're a Gippite, you're a Ripplingerite, you're a whatever. You're a Cultish, you're an Andersonite. If he would read some of the Puritans, he would get these answers. They were well aware of all the differences. Alan Stewart said that. Yes, very, very good. Hudson says, have you seen the scene from the Cinderella cartoon movie where the sister is trying on a Cinderella slipper toe to see if it fits? She thinks it fits her foot, but it clearly doesn't. And it's a funny scene, and it's similar to textual criticism. Trying to make the shoe, the Bible, fit their doctrinal presupposition. Yeah. It's, to me, I remember when I first got saved and talking to the Jehovah's Witnesses, I was shocked that they said, well, Christianity, you know, started off well and then it died out. And then for like 1,500 years, it sort of fizzled out. And then now it's revived in these last days and we've got the Jehovah's Witnesses again. And I was like, that's the weirdest thing. But then when I listen to these guys talk about their text, the same weird feeling I get with the hair standing on the back of my neck happens. I'm like, that's Jehovah's Witness stuff. Like, they're like, oh, the text went missing, you know, for 1,500 years. Then we revived it. Aren't you glad we did? I'm like, you guys are causing division.
As I have said, I've waited this long to put it up on my channel because I still don't want textual criticism to be the focus here.
He doesn't want textual criticism to be the focus. He just wants to focus, the King James has old words. It's like, oh, you're going to tell us the sky's blue. You're going to state the obvious, you know. So we're like, well, it's actually the text that's the issue, Mark. And then he just tries to muddy the water. I mean, you know, how difficult is it to go, well, it's the text of Beza. Just read the introduction to this. There's 2 pages of English on this. Okay, so it says, the editions of Stevens, Beza, and the Elzevirs all present substantially the same text, and the variations are not great in significance and rarely affect the sense. The present edition of the Textus Receptus underlying the King James Authorized Version of 1611 follows the text of Beza's 1598 edition as the primary authority. It corresponds with the New Testament in the original Greek according to the text followed in the Authorized Version. It explains it. So when they're saying we follow this, they're also saying they follow the conclusion that's in the preface, which Mark Ward just seems to make out it's a big mystery and all this. It's like, it's not a big mystery. But it's just, he's gone down this route of trying to make it a big scene. Some people are confused about it. But at the end of the day, it's not rocket science. You don't have to be a savant to figure this out. Read the only 2 pages in English. If people are saying that's our text that we go with, and then it's like, it's all Greek. The whole thing is Greek, Greek, Greek. 2 pages of English, and it mentions like 30 different TR editions. So when Mark Ward's like, you realize there's different TR editions? You're like, yeah, I'll read the preface. He's like, yeah, which one are they going with? It's like, Beza's 1598 and it says the variations are not of great significance and rarely affect the sense. Talking about the New Testament in the original Greek, according to the text followed in the authorized version. And even the main page says the Greek text underlying the English authorized version 611. It's not rocket science. He's trying to make it so confusing. It's not. And in this video, he's just trying to, throw up dust in the air and make it confusing. It's just like, it's not confusing.
In that article, I took special aim at the Calvinistic King James defenders, the group that calls itself Confessional Bibliology. In this video, however, I'm dropping all reference to that group other than this one. I'm not promising to never interact with them again because I have seen significant cross-pollination between Calvinistic and IFB proponents of the King James. The talking points of the two groups are melding further than they already have been. They cite each other as authorities. But the leadership on the Calvinistic side has had the opportunity to study.
Notice the leadership and all this stuff. It's like, I talk to people all the time and they're like, oh, I don't watch Jeff Riddle stuff. They just don't have time. But they've got a whole bunch of other stuff that they talk about, the King James and the TR, and it's like that they like to make out that we have a leader. We're a cult and we have leaders. And Taylor DeSoto did a great article, how we are a cult without a leader. Usually, like if you were to say the signs of a cult, okay, signs of a cult. Let's just type that in. 10 warning signs. This is the first thing that came up. Let's see if we fall into this category. How to recognize a cult. Absolute authoritarianism without accountability. Do we have that? Zero tolerance for criticism or questions. Well, we're actually putting any question that they have on the King James TR, we're putting it on our channel and saying, and going through every single word that they say and inviting them on to debate and everything. Where usually a cult is just like, shut it down, no, our leader's right, and not, and just trying to put a wet blanket on any type of criticism. We're saying, okay, we're open, we're open to correction. Please tell us where we're wrong. Lack of meaningful financial disclosure regarding the budget. We've got no money anyway. Reasonable fears about the outside world that often involve evil conspiracies and persecutions. How could we be accused of that? Well, we don't like the NIV because it's translated by a lesbian. But it's like, we don't want the ESV that says that you can you have to marry your rapist. I don't like that reading. I like the King James reading where they're both consensual people and they should marry each other if they're being caught together. The belief that former followers are always wrong for leaving and there is never a legitimate reason for anyone to leave. Yeah, I would say there's not really a legitimate reason for someone to become a critical text advocate. I would just say that they've lost it. But I would say that if they, on the Trinity as well, if someone become a modalist or, so it's a pretty vague one there. Abusive members. Well, Hudson, you better be reading your King James Bible. See, this is the thing, what they're trying to do with, the Ruckmanite crowd and the Stephen Anderson crowd, because these guys were abusive to a lot of people. Like I've heard people say, like Mexican couple go into Ruckman's church, and he's from the pulpit said, "Look at these spics coming in the church," and like Stephen Anderson. If you listen to the interview of his son that he recently did a month ago, his second eldest son. He's left home and everything, and he's talking openly about what it was like to grow up with Stephen Anderson as a dad. And he said the eldest son had his head smashed against the window, had blood coming out of his head, and he was made to mow the lawn with his whole shirt drenched in blood. And this is Anderson. And so these guys are abusive. And so what they're trying to do is say, oh, well, he follows the King James, and so you guys are the same. Because it's a bit like saying, well, Catholics are Trinitarians, you're a Trinitarian, so you support the molestation of children in Catholic churches. It's like, hang on, how do you get that type of association? Records, books, articles, and programs documenting the abuses and leaders of the group. Records, books, articles, or programs documenting. I'm not sure what that means. Anyway, followers feeling they are never able to be good enough. No, we're basically saying, just read the Bible. A belief that the leader is right. Well, we don't have. Who's our leader? Who's the leader that you go to? I know a lot of people might watch me for my bibliology and things like that, but when I start talking about eschatology, I get like 3 viewers. But I'm still going to go through all that sort of stuff. And, I'm not your leader, am I? Your fearless leader? I'm the Alexander the Great or, Napoleon? No. A belief that the leader is the exclusive means of knowing truth or giving validation. I mean, half the time I'm cutting down all these so-called leaders, you know what I mean? Ruckman and Ripplinger, and I'm like, well, no, they've got problems and they've said this wrong. And even people like Dean Berg, I'm like, no, Scrivener, no, Hackett, no. I'm like really fussy with who I'm saying I will align myself with. And so we're not a cult. But hey, let's talk about the critical text cult, absolute authoritarianism without accountability. I mean, these guys are saying that they have the word of God. If you follow the King James, you're off the wall and you can never be part of the academy. Doesn't matter how smart you are, doesn't matter how much Greek you know, doesn't matter how much Hebrew you know. And they are the authority. And so zero tolerance for criticism or questions. Imagine, putting your hand up and saying, I think the Textus Receptus reading here is correct in that the SBL Society of Biblical Literature, question and answer time, they'd be like, everyone would turn around and laugh at you. And most of them would be like atheistic in their beliefs as well. Lack of meaningful financial disclosure. I mean, the military, the biblical industrial complex, I did a video on that recently, and that was just going through a guy who's a critical text guy saying that they're squandering so much money, and a lot of these Bible projects never end. And so anyway, I could go through all these and show you all the problems of the critical text people. Do we have all this? Are we part of some cohesive group? We're all just like a bunch of stray cats we're a bunch of moths that are gathered around a light. Do we have a leader telling us to do that? No, we see truth. We recognize it. I recognize it when Jeff Riddle says this, and that about the text. I'm like, yes, I am in agreement with that. Do I agree with everything that he says? No. Do I follow him? No. Is everyone in agreement with me? No. Alan Stewart said, who are our leaders? When do we have our annual conference? Well, and see, the thing is, even when they, some of the guys do have a conference, it's usually like, the Calvinist guys are all together having a conference. The IFB guys, it's still the denominational thing. Like D.A. Waite would have Dean Burgon Society, and you had to basically be an IFB guy. I remember him talking about, we've got a Presbyterian on our thing, and it was like a big deal. But it's like, that's the exception to the rule. That Marry the Rapist point was put to me when sharing the gospel on the street last year. I didn't know that it was a critical text issue. Yes, the NIV and the ESV say that you have to marry your rapist. But the King James doesn't say that. The King James doesn't say that it's rape. So they put the word rape in there. They modify that. And so it's quite diabolical. I told my mum I wanted to do a 3-year degree in philosophy. She wasn't keen and booked me a 10-week philosophy course instead. It turned out to be a cult. Yeah, that's not good. But at least you didn't spend 3 years in a cult. Spent 10 weeks in a cult. But anyway, let's continue on.
The Hebrew and Greek at a deep level. So I'm
so hang on. Listen to this. They cite each other, but the leadership on the Calvinistic side Listen to that.
Side has had the opportunity to study Hebrew and Greek at a deep level, so I'm especially alarmed to see them stake out such extreme positions.
Extreme positions? So what extreme positions? Like, be specific. Don't be vague. Like, say who you're talking about. Jeff Riddle and Peter Van Cleek and whatever. They're saying this now. They weren't saying it before. Instead, it's just, these guys who are the leadership of the the Calvinistic side, they're associating with new IFB people or old IFB people, and it's just all vague and scaremongering, scarecrow tactic. Put a scarecrow there, and hopefully the birds fly away. No, we're not going to fly away, Mark. We're going to land right on your shoulder and probably do a big poo down your jacket there, and we're not afraid of your scaremongering.
As longtime viewers of my channel may recall, these leaders have gone on record saying that the English Standard Version, like I've got here, and the NIV are based on Satan's Bible. I don't know.
Okay, well, when you look at the majority text, just type in Pickering, Satan, Bible. Okay, Pickering, Satan, Bible. Now, Textual translation, this is one of the leaders in the so this was brought up. I think I actually discovered this because I started reading some of Pickering stuff, and I remembered he said Satan. And so if you read through his article, when you look at his criticism, it says there are several biblical. So this is Wilbur Pickering is like the equivalent of Maurice Robinson, but they were saying, oh, it's really bad because he believes that his text, the Family of 35, I think it is the Bible. But like we King James guys and TR guys go, well, that's where the words are, So it says the Bible clearly teaches that Satan exists and that he is the leader of the opposition to God on this earth. This opposition includes the Holy Scriptures. It began in the garden, and then so he's talking through it. So there's quite a lot of times he mentions Satan, okay? Worse still, they are serving Satan, okay? Hang on, I better read this. Since both God and Satan have a keen interest in the destiny or the fortunes of the New Testament, any model of textual criticism that excludes the supernatural is doomed to go wrong. It follows that people who use such models are condemned to never get to the truth. Worse still, they are serving Satan, whether they believe it or not, as I will now explain. And then he goes on, and look, it's mentioned 28 times in this article, 4-page article. And I was just like, because at the time, what they've done in the Textual Confidence Collective, they've demonized Pickering as he's a Family 35 guy. He might be a majority text guy, but he's bad because he's an absolutist. He thinks he's found the words of God. You can't have that. So they've sort of demonized him, but I think they've purposely done it because he says modern day text criticism by critical text advocates is satanic. So what was actually said by, I think it was in the Why I Read the Received Text book by Christian McShaffery and Jeff Riddle, there was one author there that says, that some choices can be from Satan or something like that, and so they've jumped on that and said he's saying that it's from Satan. Why aren't they talking about Wilbur Pickering, who does a whole look how many times he mentions Satan here? Satan, 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 Satan. It's like, and he's talking about he's talking about Mark Ward type people. That they're from Satan, like specifically. This is the sort of thing that they're saying was said in that book when it wasn't. When you go through it, it was pretty tame. And so, anyway, like I'll throw that into the chat there. So Alan Stewart says, yeah, when one studies the material and do not come to the religious industrial complex position, it's extreme. Yeah. See, notice he's he's scouring the internet, looking for people to beat with a stick if they've got the slightest little error or whatever. Imagine if we did that with critical text people. You know what I mean? Like, oftentimes we're overlooking things because, you know, we understand that people can make mistakes. So anyway, I'll shut that down.
What to say to such extremism? Where do we go from there? Okay, I've said more than enough. My real interest on this channel is the mainstream IFB King James onlyism in which I was raised and which did real good for me.
So he can grow up a King James only, but you can't. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, it's almost, it's got to be satire. It's got, look, he's smirking. Maybe he's like a full closet King James guy, and he's just, this is just complete satire. It's got to be.
And one of the books that they often cite, E.F. Hill's The King James Version Defended.
Oh, notice how he has this cover. Okay, so this has recently been rebranded as Text and Time, which was the original author's. That was the original title that he wanted. Now, I'm pretty sure that I've got that here. I'm just going to have a quick look and see if I can find it. No, I can't see it, unfortunately. But let's go to Amazon. Okay, so Amazon, or I'll just type in King James Version Defended. King James Version Defended Hills. And look at their cover. Okay, so that's the same cover that I've got. But why is he showing this one? This was pointed out, I think it was by Theodore Beza. He pointed it out that they specifically show this one. So I think James White was showing this one as well. They specifically show it because it's got like a rocket on it. It's like Space Age Edition. You know, it's like, oh, that's stupid. That's weird. That's dumb. You know, sort of thing. So trying to discredit the qualifications of Hill, of Edward Hills. And so it's interesting that Mark Ward has jumped on that bandwagon as well. I think this is probably coming from like Jonathan Burris or Tim Berg.
Does address, with the detail that I've not found elsewhere among King James proponents, the differences among TR editions. I want to...
So he originally wrote this in 1956.
Quote Hill's words at length. God's preservation.
Okay, so Helg says Mark Ward is showing the 1973 edition. Okay.
Preservation of the New Testament text was not miraculous, but providential. The scribes and printers who produced the copies of the New Testament scriptures and the true believers who read and cherished them were not inspired, but God guided. Hence, there are some New Testament passages in which the true reading cannot be determined with absolute certainty. There are some readings, for example, on which the manuscripts are almost equally divided, making it difficult to determine which reading belongs to the traditional text. Also,
so what you got to understand is Hill, in his edition, he is coming from a place where he's talking about, you know, can you back up all these readings with extant manuscripts, with manuscripts that we have in our hand today? And he talks about, you know, manuscripts that have been lost and things like that over time. And that's exactly what I say when people say, well, we can't find, you know, in our CSNTM search, we can't find this reading, you know, here. We can only find 6 manuscripts with that, you know, but there should be more. And it's like, well, how do you know what Erasmus had, Beza had, or the reformers had, or, you know, they just don't know. And so if you're only going with extant manuscript, like I said in my video yesterday, it's a bit like, you know, after the Jewish Holocaust, just saying, okay, so who's survived? And it's like, oh, okay, the Cohens survived. Okay, so this other family survived, and the Goldsmiths over here, they survived. The other families, they're all dead, so they didn't exist. And people can be like, well, hang on, no, we've got photographs and we've got writings here of them, and we've got, records in the synagogue of their name here. And it's like, no, they don't exist. We only go with extant evidence. We don't ever look beyond that. And so, half the time, I guess I'm probably more describing the Maurice Robinson Byzantine position there. But a lot of the time, these guys are just not looking at the historical evidence and looking at things like, well, the Comia Hanium, it was said that it was being taken out by corrupt scribes. Jerome was talking about this. The Principe Adulteri, I think it was Augustine, he was saying that it was being taken out by scribes because they didn't like the story and things like that. Daniel, Embarrassment of Riches, Wallace, has said millions of manuscripts were destroyed in World War II. Yes, exactly right.
In some of the cases in which the Textus Receptus disagrees with a traditional text, it's hard to decide which text to follow. Also, as we have seen, sometimes the several editions of the Textus Receptus differ from each other and from the King James Version. And as we have just observed, of course, this is following many discussions in his book, the case is the same with the Old Testament text. Here it is hard at times to decide between the Kethiv and the Kare readings, and between the Hebrew text and the Septuagint and Latin Vulgate versions. Also, there has been a controversy concerning the headings of the Psalms. A minor pause, the Kethiv and Kare readings in the Old Testament are actually in the Masoretic copies of the Old Testament, and they're basically text-critical apparati that have been done by ancient or medieval, in this case, Jews. In other words, God does not reveal every truth with equal clarity. In biblical textual criticism, as in every other department of knowledge, there are still some details in regard to which we must be content to remain uncertain. But the special providence of God has kept these uncertainties down to a minimum. Hence, if we believe in the special providential preservation of the Scriptures, and make this the leading principle of our biblical textual criticism, we obtain maximum certainty. I see that quoted all the time. All the certainty that any mere man can obtain, all the certainty that we need, for we are led by the logic of faith to the Masoretic Hebrew text, to the New Testament Textus Receptus, and to the King James Version. But what if we ignore the providential preservation of the Scriptures and deal with the text of the Holy Bible in the same way in which we deal with the texts of other ancient books? If we do this, we are following the logic of unbelief, which leads to maximum uncertainty. The distinction between miraculous, that is, I would assume perfect, and providential preservation is a leading part of Hills's answer to the question, which TR? Hills looks squarely at the amount of uncertainty provided by his viewpoint. He acknowledges to his credit both differences among TR editions and differences between and the King James Version, like I've got here. But he labels these differences as minimal and providential, and therefore acceptable. He takes the amount of uncertainty generated by the critical text that I've got here and labels it maximum.
Well, the thing is, if you have any type of change, so if you have, a picture of the Mona Lisa, and someone modifies it over the years, and eventually it looks like, who's that lady's popular? Taylor Swift. Yeah, she just came to Australia. We just tried to get some flights down to Sydney last weekend it was, and the flights went up to $1,000 just for a local flight because everyone was going to the Taylor Swift concert, and so we were like, so we had to get a bus. It was a bit painful, but I mean, if you were to morph the Mona Lisa and then eventually it's going to look like Taylor Swift, it's like, well, there's changes. And so if it looked like Mona Lisa and it was only slightly different, you would say that's a minimal change. But if it looked like Taylor Swift, you say that's a maximum change. Why is Mark Ward looking confused about that? Why is he saying, differences in the TR are minimal? Why is he making out that that's just problematic when their edition has 2,900 less words. It has 8,000 changes. Okay. Our one, and differences between the TR, I mean, these, most people aren't going, okay, we're holding up the 1550, we're holding up Erasmus, they're either holding up this one, or they're doing what I did and holding up this one and saying, yeah, this is close, underlying Greek text, da, da, da. Or they're holding up Beza. So, and there's 20 differences. So we're talking about 2,900 less words in his than the TR, and 8,000 changes compared to 20. And he's trying to make out, well, it's the same thing. And so, can't you see he's straining at a gnat and swallowing a camel? I'm just looking at this. Now, this is the sort of change that the critical text does. Now, this actually happened. I haven't shown this for a while, but I just felt inspired to show this. So this is the restoration of this picture. So this was the picture of Jesus here. Now, this lady in the church felt like that she had an artistic flair, and so she touched up and modified the picture. And so to me, this is what the critical text does. This is the critical text one that Mark Ward's trying to convert us to. And so we see in 2012, 82-year-old widow and amateur painter attempted to restore Ecce Homo, an almost century-old fresco of Jesus crowned with thorns at a local church in Berg, Spain. And so it's actually caused people to make it into like a bit of a pilgrimage to go and check this thing out. Well, she's restored this. This is the restoration. This is the critical text. See, we've had the. I'm not saying this is a real picture of Jesus. Jesus had short hair. I mean, the Bible says it's a shame for men to have long hair in the New Testament. So you think what Jesus had like long, flowing, hippie sort of hair? No, he didn't. And so, but anyway, this is a representation of the received text, and here's the critical text. It's been modified. It's been, someone's one of Mark Ward's friends and mentors, and they've worked on the text, and here you go. You should be swapping this one for that one. And so I just thought I'd show that. It's quite hilarious.
He does not offer guidance for how to determine when the number of variants passes from minimum to maximum.
Minimum would be a number count. So if you can do mathematics, if you see like 4 cars go past your house in a day, and then the next day you see 7,000 or 20,000 cars go past, you would say, well, on yesterday it was the minimum amount of cars went past. The next day was the maximum amount. It's just numerical. What are you talking about, Mark?
To unacceptable. He does not offer guidance either on how to distinguish providence that confers authority from providence that does not. Indeed,
well, the thing is, what I conclude with Hills, like with every other author, there's certain things that I disagree with him. He says Revelation 16:5 is a conjectural emendation. I've done a bunch of work on that. I've proven it's not a conjectural emendation. Hills didn't know that information. I think he pass away in the 1980s? I think he did. And so he's got a lot of interesting things that he's written on, but he is, like I was saying, we've got the internet now. We can look at all these editions online and we can check things for ourselves. He wasn't able to do that. And so he was going with the information that was given to him. I'm sure there's information now that I know that is wrong because there's just things haven't been put online yet. I'm sure that in the next 10 years, we're going to be shocked at what has been a hoax. I'm almost like waiting for news breaking. The American government admitting that this was a hoax back in the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. It's like, but there's probably things that we believe now. We're just given a certain amount of information and we make a conclusion. When I read Hills, that's what I see. I see argumentation that has been cleared up in the 1990s. In 2000 on the internet, people just chatting about this. It's like, oh, that's not a very good way to word it. I would have said this. I would have said that because of this information. Yeah, so he passed away in 1981. And so, obviously, if people are saying there's conjectural emendations, he's like, oh, how do I deal with that? Well, I think it's the providence of God that reading's in there. And I'm like, well, no, we've got proof that it's that Beza had a manuscript. We've got proof that it's a Nomina Sacra reading there. We've got proof of this and proof of that, and we've got this reading in this manuscript and this document. And so I don't think he had all that. So I can't hold him accountable to things that he didn't know about. And he's going to come to different conclusions and different ways to understand those things. And so Alan Stewart says, yep, Mark hasn't read John Owen. History document says, laughing out loud, that art example is perfect. Yeah, it's so true. The critical text is just not. When you understand how many errors are in it. See, the thing is, he's just talking about different variants. I'm like, well, your variants cause there to be errors in the text. And Mark just doesn't seem to understand that. Where our errors are just sort of tiny little specks of dust,
Surely all New Testament manuscripts that are now existent, we call them extant, were providentially preserved by God. But Hills does offer a principle by which to distinguish the false readings from.
So Mark Ward is basically saying the manuscripts are providentially preserved when God in his word says, my words shall not pass away. Heaven and earth shall pass away, my words shall not pass away. The words are what aren't going to pass away, not the manuscripts. Now, the manuscripts might carry words across, but if all those manuscripts are destroyed tomorrow, if someone drops a nuclear bomb on Greece, on, wherever all these manuscripts are, just say there was a terror attack against Christianity and they destroyed all the manuscripts. I've got all the words of God. I know where all the words of God are. I can commit the sin of Revelation, chapter 22, verses 18 and 19, because I know where the words of God are. These guys, they're like, oh, well, I don't know where the words of God are. Oh, we're not certain about this. And so they can never commit that sin, apparently.
From the true, in those few places where the TR divides. The principle is the King James Version. Hills uses precisely the same argument used by King James onlyism to this day. He appeals to God's providential use of the King James as a validation of its text-critical decisions.
What's wrong with that? So are you saying the scholarship of the King James translation wasn't good enough to make 20 differences from Beza?
But what do we do in these few places in which the several editions of the Textus Receptus disagree with one another? Which text do we follow? Hills asks. The answer to this question is easy. We are guided by the common faith. Hence, we favor that form of the Textus Receptus upon which, more than any other, God, working providentially, has placed the stamp of his approval, namely the King James Version, or more precisely, the Greek text underlying the King James Version. This text was published in 1881 by the Cambridge University Press under the editorship of Dr. Scrivener. That's E.F. Hills in his book, Believing Bible Study. Hills holds to this principle.
And so David Cloud, in his book, he sort of omitted that last little bit about it being Scrivener's edition. And rightfully so, because he was, when I listened to D.A. Waite, he says there's about 20 differences. When I listened to Kirk DeVitro, he says there's about 20 differences. In my estimation of going through the 190 list of Scrivener, I say there's about 20 differences. And so that's about 10% of those readings are warranted. Okay. And so 20 differences between that and Beza. So it is the underlying Greek text of the King James Version. Now, Hills goes on and says, and that's it. And I would agree to a lot of that, but there's a few little crumbs of information where I'm like, nah, I've done a bit more study on that, and I'm splitting hairs, but I still want to be absolutely 100% open and truthful about everything. And so I'd just say it's the underlying Greek text of the King James. If people want to point to that, it's like, well, yeah, that's close. People want to point to Beza, I'm like, that's close. At the end of the day, that. And if people want to point to Beza and say, and these footnotes, I'm like, yep, 100%. That's the King James. Alan Stewart says, no money in the KJV for the religious industrial complex. That's right. There's plenty of money in these new Bibles. $billion industry it is. The Church Split YouTube video did review the James White debate versus Van Cleek. Not sure if you've watched it. They criticized Van Cleek for trusting the KJV as a presupposition ground to the sacred text instead of just trusting the existing manuscripts as the only justification for the true reading. Okay, it's very interesting. I didn't know they did that. And like the guys from the Church Split, I've actually every now and then poked them and gone, I'll debate you, because I'm often looking for debate people. And if anyone watching knows someone who wants to debate me, or they want to do a debate on this channel, I can moderate if they can find someone to debate. The problem is just finding people who will debate. Oftentimes, these critical text people, the apologists, really don't know that much, so we can run rings around them. But so I put the challenge out there. If anyone wants to do debates, I want to turn this channel into a debate channel where we debate about these issues. And also we can invite people. I'll invite Mark Ward on this channel, Timber, anyone who is from the critical text side, I will debate them on this channel. And if anyone wants to, if I do a debate, if they want to moderate, if they can do that'd be great. And so I just sort of throw that out there.
Even when he feels that it's awkward. For example, he acknowledges that both Erasmus and the King James translators chose readings that ultimately came from the Latin Vulgate.
And that's what Hill says, but clearly information that we have today, Latin influenced a lot of readings, because if you've got a reading, say the Comma Johanneum, in 95% of Latin manuscripts, it's pretty certain that it's been part of the textual tradition for a long time. And if it's slim in the Greek, it's like, well, okay, how do we work this out? So you can't just say, well, he just copied it from the Latin, when clearly he didn't put it in his first two editions unless he had the Greek. So he didn't do it elsewhere either, did he? So he worked on the Greek. And so, yes, there was influence of Latin, but he was using Greek manuscripts to do that. So if Hill says otherwise, like I said, he died in 1981. He was only going probably with what Metzger was saying and other people. Like I read stuff like Metzger and I'm just like, man, this is archaic. Some of the things that he's saying have been debunked like back in the 90s. D.A. Waite's debunked tons of his material. And so, and let alone today, people are going through this stuff with a fine-tooth comb, just coming up with very, very good conclusions as to the textual decisions of Erasmus and Stephanus and Beza and others.
And not from the traditional text of the New Testament or the majority Byzantine manuscripts that he elsewhere praises in his works. Indeed.
And so that's the thing. Some of these guys were confused of like, the majority text or the Textus Receptus. And so there was a lot of confusion around in those days, which my previous two videos, I'd encourage you to watch them, critiquing Maurice Robinson's position. And so if you go through them, you'll be cured of the whole majority text confusion issue.
Hills defends Erasmus's choice to include readings that occur in no extant Greek New Testament manuscripts.
And I don't think there are any manuscripts that I don't think there's any reading in the Textus Receptus that was not based upon a Greek manuscript. Now, to say extant means you have to have it in your hand today. So he'll say the providence of God is the manuscripts, where we're saying no, the providence of God is the words. And so there's a huge difference between them. He would say the providence of God is the preservation of God's word is the doctrines. But we're like, no, it's the words. The words make up the doctrines, you know. And the key word here is extant. So you've got to have it in your hand today. And like Dan Wallace said, in World War II alone, we lost 1 million biblical manuscripts. So do we have everything? No. Is everything getting slimmer and slimmer as we go along? Yes. Things are fading out. Things are getting burnt. Things are getting looted. I'm sure, like during the Iraq War, there would have been manuscripts in museums that just got looted, and they're on the black market somewhere, and someone's tried to smuggle them into some country, and they got wet, and they're destroyed now. And things happen. Buildings burn down. You know, and praise God, people are taking photos of these things nowadays. But up until they started taking photos of manuscripts, it's like, yeah, so many manuscripts have been destroyed.
Famously, the word book instead of tree in Revelation 22:19. But he'll
so book instead of tree in Revelation 22:19. Clearly, Erasmus was saying that this was homoiouteton, and so he was saying this is a part of parablepsis, and he amended the text accordingly. So if you talk to majority text people, critical text people, they'll say that understanding homoiouarchton, which is similar beginnings, homoiouteton, similar endings, issues of parablepsis, where scribes are looking at things and they mistakenly skip a line or they write the wrong thing. If a scribe can recognize that, they understand that as a principle. But when the Textus Receptus does that, they reject it each time and go, where's the manuscript evidence? And it's like, we're saying that it's part of parablepsis. And, I wonder if Mark Ward's ever even looked at this issue.
concludes that Erasmus was guided providentially by the common faith to follow the Latin Vulgate.
No, Erasmus said clearly that it was part of homoiouteton.
In other words, God.
So I might even show you where he says that. So I've got an article on that. So I'll go to my website, tr.org.au, because we don't want to just rush through all this. We want to explain every argument. When I listened to this the other day, I was just like, easily debunked, and just went through it and just went, there's really nothing that he said. When he first brought out this article, I went through like the first 4 or 5 pages and just, I think I made a list of things and I said, look, this is tiresome. It's just, he's just saying stuff that's been easily debunked 10 years ago. What he needs to say new stuff, It's just like if you say a lot of stuff, people think you got something to say. That's what I usually find. People are like, here's a list of 600 errors in the King James. I'm like, okay, well, if I go through the first 3 and they're all easily disproven, I'm not going to go through the rest, am I? And so I'll go through the first one, that's stupid, easily debunked, second one, easily debunked, third one, easily, and then it's like, am I going to go through all 600 of them? But Mark Ward is just keeps, I guess he's just going to go through all Doug Kulik stuff, James Pright's material. He's just going to keep going through all this stuff and rehashing stuff and bringing it up, and that'll keep his YouTube channel busy. And I guess Faith Life will love it and keep throwing money his direction from deceived Catholics. So what was I looking up? I was going to Revelation chapter 22. I might show you how to get there. Just to navigate my site a little bit. Go to verse 19. And it's just taking a little while, so I might load that up as I let Mark talk.
Made emendations changes to his own Greek text.
Catholic scholar who opposed Luther. Luther was a Catholic at the time. It's so dumb. Was he labeled, I'm a Protestant? No, they were all Catholic. The whole of Europe was Catholic. Tyndale was a Catholic until the day he died. They defrocked him because he was a priest. They defrocked him and said, you're no longer a priest. You're banished from the church. And they burnt him. And it's like, he was all the way through, he was a Catholic. And so you can't just label Erasmus as just a faithful Roman Catholic. He was a multifaceted individual. In some areas, he was very vehement against the Catholic Church. He said the Pope was in hell. Tyndale translated Erasmus's Greek text and also some of his books into English, and he was called a reformer in England for doing that, and sparked a massive revival just by printing Erasmus's material in that language. And so I've got these websites are twirling. Oh yeah, it seems weird if I stop the website and redo it. It seems to work. Okay, so Revelation 22:19. This is a bit of a roundabout way of getting here. Okay, here's my article. 22:16. The last 6 verses of Revelation. Okay. So I'll throw this article into the chat. People can look at that. I'll show it down the bottom here. And you can go through and see this. The anecdotes about Erasmus, the sources that Erasmus had. How he copied the words. How he said it's in the Greek copies, plural, in Revelation 1:6. So obviously have more than one manuscript in Revelation. He says, however, at the end of this book, I found some words in our versions which were lacking in the Greek copies. Notice there's plural there. But we added them from the Latin. Now, clearly, when you go through this, if you go through Erasmus's annotations, he says this the first time. He says, however, at the end of the book, I found some words in our versions which were lacking in the Greek copies, and we added them from the Latin. And then he goes on to say, that about the Aldine guys, fixing this. And if you notice in the 1519, I'll put arrows there. This is all missing. It's not there. 1522 omitted. 27 because they fixed it. And Lee accused him of translating from Latin. He said, not content with that, Lee accused me of an impious crime, that at the end of the book of Revelation, I added a small number of words in the Greek codex from our Latin copies. He was saying it was an impious crime, that he was getting accused of this. So historically, Erasmus has stood against back translating, but he had clearly said there was no doubt that the words had been omitted and there are only a few. But 135 words of the last 6 verses of Revelation is what's claimed today. That's not what Erasmus said. Now, he clearly said at the end of the apocalypse, the manuscript I used, for I had only one for the book Israeli found in Greek, so that's for this section, it was lacking 1 or 2 lines. I added them. So if 1 or 2 lines would be like 10 words, not 136. This is Erasmus's own words. I added them following the Latin codices. They were of the kind that could be restored out of the preceding text. Thus, when I sent the revised copy to Basel, I wrote to my friends to restore the place out of the Aldine edition. And so sometimes that's translated basically from the Aldine. It doesn't really say edition. So some people are thinking, well, the Aldine guys had other manuscripts. You know. For I had not yet bought that work. They did as I instructed them. What, I ask you, do I owe Lee in this case? Did he himself restore what was missing? He had no text except mine. But he warned me, as if I had not stated in the annotations of the first edition what I had done and what was missing. So he was very clear about what he did, what was missing, but now they want to make out that he didn't have 136 words. And so anyway, my article goes through all this. You can see a whole bunch of information on that. And at the end, I do a comparison of the Greek text. So I've done the homework here. I don't know, Mark Ward's like, oh, no one's collated these. So, okay, I've collated these. Scrivener's with Beza, with the 1550. And so I haven't done the other 3 editions of Erasmus yet, but I will. But I've done the 1519 and the 1516 and the Complutensian Polyglot. So you can go through and you can check words that are different, words that are missing, whatever. But ultimately, he said there was only a few lines, didn't he? He's at 136. And so there's gaping holes in this story. So basically what happened was a guy called Franz Delitzsch, Delitzsch, spelled that wrong. Here we go. This is Franz Delitzsch. Now, he did a Hebrew Bible, Old Testament. Now, he discovered a manuscript that had Reuchlin written on it, and he was saying, well, this is the manuscript that Erasmus used, because it's the Andreas commentary, and it has Reuchlin on it, so it must be the one that Erasmus used. And when he got to the end of the book of Revelation, 6 verses were missing. So he's like, Erasmus lied to us. He said there was only a few lines. It's actually 135 or 136 words. That's a lot, so he's a liar. The Textus Receptus is based upon a lie, and then other people got him on board, like Tregellus and others, and they just believed this. And no one's really questioning this at all. Where, if you just look at what Erasmus said, clearly anyone could have demonized Erasmus in that era. Even just people who worked with him in the scriptorium could have gone, you said that you've only got a few words here. No, you had 135 words. It's a lot of words, Reuchlin could have just turned around and said, no, there's 6 verses missing here, Erasmus. You're saying it's only a few lines. You're lying. Anyone in that generation who knew the details and the data could have said that to Erasmus, could have exposed it. But no, 300 years later, Delitzsch finds a manuscript. Reuchlin was a manuscript collector. Now, how many manuscripts of the Andreas commentary do you think there are? There's like 200 of these. So do you think that Reuchlin could have had like 5 or 6 or 10 of these, or 2? Or how do you know that's Erasmus's one? They don't. They're making up stories so that you hate the Textus Receptus. And then someone like Hills, he's just like fumbling along with information that he has and making up conclusions like, well, I think they got that from the Latin, because the Latin backs up the reading. But at the end of the day, it's most probably because they're believing an anecdote. And a lot of people believe all these anecdotes. They were thinking, oh, Bruce Metzger, he's a brilliant guy, and they're following critical text methodology and stories and just lies, really. And Mark Ward follows these as well. And so I can't expect Hills to be 100% accurate when he's talking about this.
And then he further validated those emendations through the King James Version. Sometimes, here's Hills again, the King James translators forsook the printed Greek text and united with the earlier English versions in following the Latin Vulgate.
And that was the claim of people like Scrivener. Scrivener said this type of thing. And when I look at the examples, I'm like, oh no, Scrivener, sorry, you don't understand English properly. You're saying this, but if you were to translate that into English, that you'd have to translate it that way. You can't translate it any other way. And so, oftentimes, people like Hills, they're influenced by people like Scrivener.
In these places, Hill says, the King James Version ought to be regarded not merely as a translation of the Textus Receptus, but also as an independent variety of the Textus Receptus, the ultimate and authoritative variety, for on it God has placed the stamp of his approval. When King James defenders today get asked which TR, they often quote the very portions of Hills that I have just quoted. This is the logic that they're all using as I see it. Number one.
When they get cornered, who's actually saying this? Me. It's on my website. It's on the front of my website. I know the pictures recently on my website have all just become little crosses and stuff. I think it's because I was uploading things on a secure server, and then I was uploading things on a non-secure server, and now it's mixed up, and some are showing and some aren't. So I've just got to fix that. But that's on the front of my website. But Mark doesn't like to talk about me much because he doesn't want people to focus on me. Because if this becomes a Nick Sayers, Mark Ward thing, he knows I'll go to the mat on all these issues. Like, I'm only just sort of briefing over this stuff because it's so easy to debunk. But if he really wants to go to the mat on these issues, then he's popularizing me and popularizing things that I'm saying. And I know a lot of people who can do a lot of homework as well. So I can reach out to people and say, hey, can you do a study on this for me? Can you show me what your conclusions are on this? And people like, Bryan Ross, Yetzer, people like Stephen Avery, heaps of other people who are studying this stuff all the time. So he doesn't want, I think it's just a fight that he just doesn't want to do.
1, inspiration demands perfect preservation. Number 2, we discover which jots and tittles are the perfectly preserved ones by looking for which Bible God has used the most often. Number 3, the King James.
Okay, so he's going very quickly through these. So let's look at this. So this is the logic they're all using as I see it. Inspiration demands perfect preservation. Well, why would God inspire his words if he doesn't preserve them? Why would he do that? And can God have perfect preservation? I think Mark Ward believes that God can't. He's like, well, I'm looking at history. Like I said in the other video the other day, he's like Job. He said he was like Job. I'm like, no, you're not the most righteous man. God said he's righteous and upright in all his dealings. I'm like, oh, you're comparing yourself to Job, are you? Okay, that's interesting. But then he's like, number 2, we discover which jots and tittles are perfectly preserved by looking for which Bible God has used the most often. No, it's not about popularity contest, because you could just print a zillion NIVs and, we've won the contest. Now, that's the Bible. No, we go with the Bible that's been attested to by Christians filled with the Holy Spirit, using logic, using the gifts that God's given them to examine that word. They're applying it to their life. Many times they're translators. They're translating these into other languages. They're looking at different argumentation, and they're saying this Bible is correct. When they look at other things like the Douay Rheims, they're like, that's an error. When they look at Codex Vaticanus, they're like, oh, that's rubbish. When they look at the NIV, they're like, ugh, that's disgusting. And so there's a whole bunch of other criteria. It's looking at the Bible that is correct, because we understand that God doesn't make mistakes. God is light. In him is no darkness at all. So if your Bible has mistakes in it, obviously it's not from God. If our Bible doesn't have mistakes in it, we're like, well, this is good proof that it's from God.
Is clearly that Bible. Number 4, the text underlying it must therefore also bear the divine imprimatur, and they must be perfect.
Okay, so he holds up that one. I wouldn't necessarily, but
answer that all King James and TR defenders always give ultimately to which TR is the King James Version. Now let's talk about differences among TR.
And so, at the end of the day, what's the answer to the which TR? So notice he hasn't really mentioned Beza. So he's being deceptive. He's just saying Scrivener, 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 and then he's like, ultimately, King James, sort of thing. And it's like, no, ultimately, Beza and a slight little bit of coriander on a bit of decoration from the King James guys. You couldn't give the King James guys all the credit for what Beza did. And that's deception to say that. And so you just got to be more accurate, Mark. So,
because there are two major options that I think King James defenders could take. One would be to anoint Scrivener's TR as perfect and view every other TR as evil and satanic, an example of Satan's work to corrupt the text of Scripture.
Well, just as we look at the Geneva Bible and the Bishop's Bible as deficient, we see other TR editions that don't have the same accuracy as deficient.
The way they view the variants that are found between the Textus Receptus and the critical text. In my experience, literally all.
Well, if we have a reading that says, Christ Jesus or Jesus Christ, do we say that's satanic? Or if we have the only begotten God or the only begotten Son, I go, that's the dumbest Gnostic reading. Read about the Gnostic influence on that reading. If you don't know about it, you're illiterate. And so your omissions affect the deity of Christ. If you have who appeared in a body, creating the biggest solecism in the critical text, which has a predicate without a subject, you have God omitted, where clearly it's God in a nomina sacra form. And the thing is, this is the strongest verse that says Jesus is God. God was manifest in the flesh, okay? Change it to who appeared in a body. They have to make it into a song. Paul's got the guitar out. He's singing. He's like, great is the mystery of godliness. And then he changes. He strums a guitar. Who appeared in a body. That's the official from Hort that he changed it into a song. And even New King James puts it in strophes, which is sort of like in a psalm. They put it like on a bit of an angle, like italics, because it's a song now. Because he broke into song, because it's so abrupt, they have to explain the greatest grammatical blunder in their critical text. Even George Van Smith said it was a solecism. They admit it's a solecism. That's why they have to make the hymn theory. You have a predicate without a subject. You ruin the text by saying who appeared in a body. And the dumbest thing, I know I'm getting a bit mad here, or the most amazing thing is Mark Ward will probably get on his high horse and say, oh, blah, blah, blah. James White is in agreement with me on that. He says the reading should be God. And he agrees with Dean John William Burgon and says it should be God was manifest in the flesh. That's why Mark, they're the same type of thing. It's sort of like you're getting a paper cut and then seeing someone stabbed 96 times in the face and going, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing, Mark. Compare apples with apples. You're comparing an apple with a nuclear bomb. Your text is like toxic waste. We're like, oh, an ant fell into our soup. Okay, we'll dig it out. He's like just got toxic sludge and saying this is good wholesome food. Helg says, if Mark Ward took you up on your offer to debate or discuss on your channel, that'll be the day I bring out my huge popcorn tin and having myself a nice party. But unfortunately, he's allergic to absolutists. I think he's chicken. I think this speaks volumes that he can't really answer things unless it's all finally edited and all the rest of it. because he doesn't really know that much. And also he is afraid of being exposed publicly like that. And so I know people were like, oh, Gail Rickling, she wouldn't debate after James White. These guys won't debate me. It's really hard for me to get debate opponents. I take my hat off to TurretinFan for debating me. I think he's the most intellectual, critical text guy who I've debated. Most of the other guys were just sort of like, oh, yeah, I've looked into this for the last 3 or 4 weeks and, just preparing for a debate sort of thing. It's not like it's their main thing or, because a lot of these guys just simply won't debate a lot of these topics. Love to have you on for a discussion or maybe to help moderate a debate with someone. Sorry, I've just missed a few here. Faith Unaltered YouTube channel has a video on 1 John 5:7, and in the video they reference your work in defense to as authentic scripture. I think these guys are Eastern Orthodox, but I think they would love to have you on for discussion or maybe to help moderate a debate with someone. Okay, that's interesting. Faith Unaltered. I'll write that down. Okay, cool. I'll check it out. So that looks like this one here. Yep. Yeah, cool. Interesting. Thanks for that. Alan Stewart says, Bart Ehrman states his reasoning for abandoning the Bible is consistent application of Metzger. He said that inspiration is just as much a miracle as preservation. He figured if preservation didn't happen, so inspiration didn't happen either. And a lot of these guys, when you look at the first Textual Confidence Collective, they all said we abandoned preservation. I was a bit shocked. It's sort of like they were all confessing their sins, like, oh, I abandoned it, but now I've got it back, sort of thing. And it's like, man, that's a heavy thing to think that God can't preserve his word. How come, how do you think that God can preserve you in heaven or your name from the book of life? If your name's in the book of life or not, are you going to go there and just be like, I'm not really worried that, I'm not saved or not. I know I'm saved, but I'm just worried that God's able to do good book work because he obviously said it. He would preserve the Bible, but he didn't. On earth, we look at history and where's the Bible? It's not there. You would expect that God would keep good accounts. Alan Stewart says, speaking of singing, after learning real Greek pronunciation, the whole New Testament church could be sung. The whole New Testament, could be sung in Greek. I think it's a great idea, and I'm pretty sure, Alan, you were part of the Confessional Bibliology group with Chris Thomas that was learning Greek a few years ago, and I'm pretty sure you were one of the finalists, if I'm not mistaken. And we're going through the language transfer group. I'm pretty sure that was you. But I would love to go through and rehash a lot of that and start doing some more Greek stuff. That'd be great. So I really love learning different languages. Helg Evans says, Mark Ward seems to know for certain how God would not preserve his word. Sounds like he has certainty on that point, an absolutist position or on non-preservation, but not on preservation. Yeah, so it's like, God definitely didn't say this. And it's like, no, he did. Just read the Bible, dude. It's all through there. Like, just do a quick Google search, verses on preservation, and look at the first 10 sites, write those down and read them and study them, think about them, pray about them. Hudson says, yes, that's it. So that's that website. Alan Stewart said, no, I didn't make it as a finalist. Seminary got in the way. But yes, I did start with the Learn Greek in a year. So I think that'll be a good thing to restart. Maybe I can do that through the Textus Receptus Academy. I know it'll upset a few people there because some people are English only guys. I'm not really sure why people sort of see learning Greek as a waste of time or whatever, but I really enjoy it. And so let's continue.
King James and TR defenders take another option. They view the variance among TRs as minor, trivial, acceptable, nothing to be frightened by. E.F. Hills says that variance between the TRs...
Well, that's because they are trivial. I mean, like I was saying, a paper cut is a trivial thing. Getting stabbed in the face 96 times is a bad thing. It will probably kill you. If you jump right into the critical text camp and accept their methodologies and the way that they do things, you will probably lose your faith. That's why they have apologists trained to go around trying to help people not to lose their faith. That's why James White goes around sort of shocking people that there's verses omitted from the Bible, doing the same thing that Bart Ehrman would do, but then saying, well, it's better to hear it now than in the church among people of faith than hearing it in a place where there's just a bunch of atheists who will laugh at you. You know, it's like, no, these guys are going around turning the world into a graveyard, turning the Christians into little Bart Ehrmans who can create their own Bible. They just read the footnotes and go, oh, I don't like that reading, I throw it out. They become their own authority. Instead of submitting to the authority of the Word of God, people are becoming their own authority. And doesn't that appeal to the flesh?
As quote, do not materially affect the sense of the passages in which they occur. They are only minor blemishes which can easily be removed or corrected in marginal notes. Hills admits the principle, then, that in areas of uncertainty, it's appropriate at times to say these variants are insignificant. Note that. But King James defenders consistently represent the variance between the TR and various critical texts as massively significant.
Yeah. God was manifest in the flesh to he appeared in a body, or in Greek, who appeared in a body. The Greek itself is a solecism. This is admitted by Hort. That's why they invented the him theory. Who appeared in a body? It has a predicate without a subject. A little schoolboy in Greece wouldn't make this error, but it's in your Bibles. And George Van Smith, who worked with Westcott and Hort, he was jumping up and down with glee when they omitted this and they started printing these type of editions. He says so in the book that says the doctrines that are affected by the new readings in the Revised Version. Doctrines. So he understands that this is a step towards Unitarianism. And you think that that's unimportant?
And of course, massively numerous. Each group cuts a wide and deep ditch between
the last 12 verses of Mark, the Pericope Adulterae, 12 verses, the Communanium, there are three that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one. Delete them. It's not a big deal.
Between the TR and all present and future critical editions of the Greek New Testament.
Yeah, because they're just getting worse. And even you guys, when you have a change in it, like 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10, we're all like, you guys realize that's a conjectural emendation. They're like, okay, I don't go with that reading. I go with the Tyndale House text. I go, but pretty much everyone said that. They wouldn't have said it if people like myself and Jeff Riddle and others weren't saying this all the time. They'd just go with it. But we're pointing out problems, and they're like, oh, yeah, that's a problem. But we should retroactively go back through every edition and show where there's problems. But we just don't have the time. Most of us are doing this part-time. We don't have the time to go through and show everywhere there's a mistake in the Jehovah's Witness Bible or in a Watchtower magazine. And the thing is, the stuff that you're bringing out is corrupt. It has errors in it. And so, we're trying our best to warn people, to show where there's errors, but it's like...
Testament. I've heard them call these completely different, radically different.
Yes, 2,900 less Greek words and 8,000 changes is completely different and radically different. it's a huge difference.
It's quite likely that the variants between the TRs and the critical texts are more numerous than those among the TR editions.
Oh, whoa. I mean, he had a list there, like, 50 differences between Beza and Stephanus, and half the time Stephanus had marginal readings and they ended up Beza's main reading. So he's already, leaning towards a lot of this sort of stuff. And so, 60 here and then, we're talking about nearly 3,000 omissions, 8,000 changes. Of course, it's way more. He's making out that it's, perhaps it's not a guessing game, Mark. We've got the data. Just copy the Textus Receptus into Word, and then delete it and paste over the top the Nestle Alarm text and do a word count of how many words are different, or just put them side by side and look for changes. You can do that in certain programs. But let's just rewind what he just said here. Listen to this.
Completely different, radically different. It's quite likely that the variants between the TRs and the critical texts are more numerous than those among the TR editions, though this cannot be known with certainty until collations are made of all the various TR editions.
We can't know that there's more changes in the critical text than differences between TR editions until someone collates all these and puts them in printed form. Can you believe this? I mean, someone who is fluent in Greek can go through and read like Erasmus text and then read Stephanus text and then read Beza and compare all these. Like, you can make notes. And I mean, half the time when you go through Hoskia's work, I'm pretty sure Hoskia did all this. I'm pretty sure. I'm just going to look it up. Hoskia. Okay. Hoskia. Codex B and its allies. And I'll just type in Textus. The Greek text for comparison should be the 1551 version of Stephanus and also the 1860 Scrivener. Okay, so he's comparing stuff that was before the 1881. But oftentimes, I'll just go to a few random pages here. So oftentimes, these guys are like have a list of, Beza on one side and Scrivener on the other, and I can't see exactly that here. But we'll just see if we can, like here. This is Mark 536, and it's showing where there's these differences. I mean, a lot of this material has been collated, Mark. I'm just thinking of others who have done it. I mean, you can, like, even just Bible Hub. We'll go to Romans 12, seeing as that one came up for some strange reason. You have to collate all this and all the rest of it. Okay, so we'll go to the Greek. Now, I'll show you a little secret here if you want to get Beza's text. Now, this isn't 100% accurate because Luke 2:22 still has their purification, where Beza definitely has her purification. So you click on additional Greek, and look, you can compare the Westcott and Hort. You can compare all that. You can compare the 1904 Greek Orthodox with the Tischendorf with Scrivener, Stephanus, and Beza. So you've got these three TRs that you can compare, and all you have to do is just open up these, like on my website, go to the book section, and you can look at all these in PDF easily and read along. And so it doesn't look like there's any change here. And usually over the years, people had pointed out where there's a change. And so when he's saying, no one's done that work yet, or maybe not with every edition, but most of the time, if you've got Stephanus and Beza's text already done, and I'm probably the only one who's ever pointed out an error in Beza's text, because I'm looking at this stuff all the time, going over it and over it. And so, and then Mark Ward watches one of my things and goes, there's errors in Beza's text, and but what I'm pointing out is these things have been collated, looked at. You can look at the majority text here, Byzantine majority text, and compare that as well. You can compare it with Westcott and Hort. You can go through and look at the main differences. He's making out that you can't do it. It's painful. Derek says, just curious, Nick, when did you start to learn different languages? How many languages have you studied, and have you been all self-taught? I guess I would say I know spatterings of things. I've always been very interested in Russian, so I know how to just sort of say general hello in Russian and things like that. Count to 100, know the alphabet, just some basics. I did the same with Urdu when I lived in Pakistan for a year. When it comes to the biblical things, I mean, Hebrew, I did some Hebrew lessons, and I really love the Hebrew language. I'd love to know it fluently. I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of Jewish people, Israeli people, who speak fluent Hebrew, and to learn from them. I couldn't converse in it, but definitely when I'm looking at scholarly articles, I can sort of pick out what's being said there. And pretty much the same with Greek, knowing the alphabet and just constantly trying to learn and learn how to count and also trying not to forget things, because I learn a bunch of things and then 6 months later I'm like I just forget it. So but at the end of the day, I'm not fluent in any other language except for English, and so I'm not fluent in Greek or Hebrew or Urdu or Russian, but I'm very interested in those languages. And etymology, I love learning about etymology. So and all pretty much self-taught. The Hebrew stuff, it was a guy advertising to learn ancient Hebrew, and I think I did about 10 lessons with him. And it was interesting, but it sort of got to the point where I realized that he didn't know that much, and everything that he had said in those 10 lessons, I sort of got to the point where I knew I was starting to know more than him. So it was like, well, there's no point doing this. And so, but yeah, I can, there's certain Greek words that I can read. I've memorized some Greek verses and scripture and stuff like that. But if you were just to open up the Bible at any random place, I couldn't just read it like fluently like that. I wish I could. And hopefully one day I'll be able to. It's funny to see how modern scholars and Bible translators have received the theory of Hort regarding a song starting at 1 Timothy 3:16. Even Hodges/Farstead majority text has poetic form in verse 16. Yeah, even the New King James that has the correct reading of God has it written like it's a song there. It's like it's a psalm. So that was Helg saying that. Alan Stewart says, I should really put this up. Is the religious industrial complex going to pay for the TR work? If so, where can I apply? Is this a 6-figure pay for sure and paid for doctorate level education as a side bonus? Where can I apply? Yeah, if Mark Ward wants to point us to putting all these TR editions into digital format, I'll do it for sure. I've gone through and done quite a lot of Beza myself already for free. It's on the internet. Everything that I've done, unless it's a printed book, it's been for free. Helg says even though they have theos in verse 16, of course, since it's a majority text edition. Yeah. And so, yeah, that's the thing. The majority text guys, they follow the reading because it's majority text. But yeah, the strange thing is James White, a critical text guy, says that's the proper reading. It's quite amazing. Derek says, cheers, really appreciate the answer on the languages. Hope one day you become fluent in at least one, but hopefully many languages. Yeah, I'd love to speak. My wife can speak Urdu, Hindi, Punjabi, and she can read Arabic. I'm like, I'm looking at the Walton's polyglot. I've got it on my screen. She comes in and goes, oh, that's the word for heaven. That's the word for... And she's pointing out all these Arabic things. I'm like, just teach me these things. Like, so I am learning. She's just amazing, and so my wife is an amazing human being as well. Anyway, let's continue.
But are the differences between the two textual traditions, the TR and the critical text, are they massively significant?
Yes.
I'm about to make what I take to be an incredibly important argument in the debate over New Testament textual criticism. Because once the TR side views some variants from their preferred TR as okay, they have to explain not just why it's okay for them to claim that they have an absolutely perfectly preserved text that nonetheless has variants, but all importantly, they have to explain why their variants are okay and not mine.
Easily explained, because your variants destroy the Bible. If I had a variant that said, for God so loved the world that he sent Satan to die on the cross, I would say that's the dumbest reading. It wouldn't matter if that whole Bible was accurate and readable and everything. Right up to that point, I would throw that in the bin, because it's blasphemous. And this is the thing. There are variants that have really no impact, but there are other variants that have huge impact. God manifests in the flesh is a huge issue. I don't know why Mark Ward would not side with James White on this. Does he side with James White? Or is he against James White? Where does he stand on this? Does he want the last 12 verses of Mark deleted from the Bible just because Vaticanus and Sinaiticus have those deleted? They have the room for it. And why, if he respects Maurice Robinson, why doesn't he go with his conclusions? What about the Pricabe Adulterae? Same thing. I mean, we've got lots of evidence for the Comiohanium. Has he looked at this evidence? Can he debunk Georgios Babiniotis, the greatest living Greek grammarian? 6 dictionaries under his belt, 200 books on language under his belt. Can Mark Ward point out where he's wrong? When I was chatting with him about Eugenius Vulgaris and his 1780 article about the Comiohanium. And he said, you have to have the Comiohanium in the text or else it creates a solecism. Verse 8 has mismatched genders for no reason. If you have verse 7 there, it fixes the problem. So these guys say, oh, magically, the Latin sort of crept into the text. How can it creep into the text and fix the text? No, it was deleted from there. And so I'll debate Mark on any of this. Or if he wants to get his scholarly friends on, Jan Kral, whoever, I'll debate anyone in the world on this. I don't care who they are. Bart Ehrman, whoever. But there are important variants. If it said God so loved the world that he sent Satan, that's a huge variant. When it says God was manifest in the flesh and it's changed to who appeared in a body, sorry, Mark, that's an important thing. Even James White is on my side with that one. So I don't know why you're at loggerheads with James White. He wrote the King James only controversy. You should be on board with him. He clearly says. Maybe I can find it. Maybe it's a waste of time. Let's just continue.
How do they know the difference between variants that come from Satan and those that come from mere human finiteness or perhaps from God?
it's called biblical discernment. if the reading is corrupted, you could usually tell. How can you tell the difference between in the beginning was the Word and the Word was with God and the Word was a God? What's the difference between that and the Word was God? Well, obviously you're like, well, no, the Word was God. That means Jesus is God. God was manifest in the flesh. Da da da. You go through other verses and you check these things. The Word became flesh and dwelled among us. Oh, that's Jesus. He's not just a God. He is the Theos. He's the Logos, and he is God. He is the Theos. How do you recognize that? Well, you just got to read the Bible and have good doctrine. And I find reading the Bible helps.
Another way of asking this question, are TR variants and critical text variants different not merely in degree, but also in kind?
Sure. There's differences. Some might have to do with a number. Some might say 8 or 10, or it's like, okay, well, that's different. And but I'm not hinging myself on all previous TR editions. If they've been fixed up, it's sort of like looking at an old iPhone 6 and going, this has got a glitch in it. It's like, yeah, but the iPhone that I'm using doesn't have any of those glitches. They fixed it. So Beza fixed it. King James guys, they fixed the tiny little things of Beza as well. So it's like, well, why are you going back to things that we aren't even going back to and making this type of strange comparison?
John Owen himself suggests something like a plan for answering this question. A man might take all the printed copies he could get of various editions of the Greek New Testament and gathering out the errata typographica, the typos, print them for various lections. He means readings. That comes from the works of John Owen in volume 16. This video will not look at typographical errors, but at various lections, various readings between two TR editions.
Notice the ones that he pits against each other. This is amazing. I'm sorry to laugh. It's amazing.
And I'll be driving at a point. TR editions feature the same kinds of variants that occur between the critical text.
The same kinds. So a paper cut is the same as being stabbed 27 times in the face. When they can say God was manifest in the flesh should be deleted, well, that's the same as having, Jesus wrote on the ground, and then it says, as though he heard them not. So that's the difference between Beza and King James. Okay, so he wrote in the ground as though he heard them not. That's one of the variants that Scrivener puts in his text that differs from Beza. The King James translated thought it would be in there. Scrivener's, followed that and got that. But the text of Beza didn't have it, but he clearly has it in his margin. And so, which is more important with that one? Well, I think every word of God is important, but there are levels of importance. When one has the strongest witness that Jesus is God, and that's completely taken out, and Unitarians who worked on that are giggling with glee over that. Look at Mark Ward's face here. That speaks volumes to me. If it's got Jesus, crouching down and writing in the ground as though he heard them not, as though he didn't hear them, is that the same as God was manifest in the flesh? Is that the same as taking out, there are three that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one, creating a huge solecism in the text. Both of these omissions create solecism in the text. Error.
Text and the TR. The two viewpoints differ only in degree and not in kind.
So one's a paper cut, one's stabbed in the face 100 times, but they're the same.
We will examine all the kinds of differences.
Straining at a gnat, swallowing a camel, same thing.
Between two of the 28 editions of the Textus Receptus, probably the most significant editions in existence.
Notice he says 28 editions of the Textus Receptus because he's trying to make it, the 28, Nestle Alarm 28th edition. And this has been debunked by Bryan Ross. I'm pretty sure even Jeff Riddle went through this and went, this is silly, you know.
Stephanus's 1550 TR, and remember, this is just a stand-in. Okay, this is actually Scrivener, but I needed a prop. Let's pretend this is Stephanus's 1550 TR, which was the most widely used Greek New Testament in England during the time of the King James translators, and Scrivener's TR, which is the most widely used TR today. By comparing these two TRs, we will see where the King James translators decided against the most significant TR edition of their day. We will see then where the King James translators did the work of textual criticism on their main TR.
No, you just have to go to Beza, and there's 20 differences. So what he's doing, and this is the reason why I was laughing so hard. Sorry about that, but I can't help it. So he's holding up Scriveners. Okay, so let me get that there. I'll hold it there. It's so weird when you see yourself in the camera like that. All opposite. He's got Scriveners, and then he's got the 1550. Instead of going Scriveners and Bezas, he's like, oh, the 1550. Who's saying the 1550 is it? Doug Wilson says it, and everyone's like, that's a bit weird. Even James White's weirded out by it. No one's saying it. We're saying it's even the introduction to this says that it's the 1598 text of Beza that the King James translators followed. Okay, so why is he going to the 1550? What's the point? If I was to go, okay, well, I've got the Nestle Alarm 28th edition here, and what we're going to do, we're going to look at Greaseback's text, and we're going to compare these and show the differences. It's like, why? Why are you actually doing that? What's the point? I can't figure out what his point is, except that he did this in his article, and he's trying to sort of back it up, but it's not really making much sense. So let's continue. Pretty much from now on, the whole video could just be summed up as like, yeah, but who cares? Let's go back to the 1535 of Erasmus. I'm sure there's changes between that and Scrivener's as well. I'm sure there's changes between the Bishop's Bible and the King James. I'm sure there's changes between Coverdale and the King James. But who's saying the Coverdale Bible is just, that's the English Bible? He's making out that because it's labeled Textus Receptus, that we have to defend all of these readings, and if there's any change between them, we've got to be worried about this. And it's like saying I follow the English Reformation Bibles, and then or what, you have to defend all the readings of Coverdale. No, I follow the King James. Yeah, the Coverdale was good, but no cigar. But then Mark Wall comes along and goes, no, you have to defend every reading of Coverdale as well, because they're English Bibles. The title English Bibles means you support all of these. You support Coverdale. You support the readings of Geneva. You support the readings of bishops. And you're like, no, I actually support the King James. And so what he's doing is pitting a Greek text of Scrivener with the 1550. After that, 1550, there's a 1556 edition of Beza. Henry Stephanus, Stephanus' son, did his own edition of the Greek as well. Why would he do his own edition with differing from his dad's? Obviously, because they're different. Or is he just printing his dad's? And then you've got the other four editions of Beza. It started off in Greek, 1565, then the 1582, and the 1589, and then the final one in 1598. All these editions, and they differ from each other. And we talk about this like, oh yeah, his edition in 1565 differs from this one. And we talk about this at length, and we know all this. In Beza's editions, he's going right back to this other one. Okay, so let's compare the NA28 with your Griesbach or Ruckman or Tischendorf's edition. When you read Tischendorf's edition, it's got it goes sometimes twice as long as the other ones. You're like, gee, that's weird. It's got all these other words in it. Who's following that today? You know what I mean? This is just strange. But so from this moment in the video, I could just fast forward it right to the end and go, yeah, weird. But we're going to go through it. Now, I'm about the 4-hour mark. So that's usually when I start fading. So I'll let Mark continue just for a little bit more, and then I'm going to shut it down. And hopefully, you know, in the coming few days, I'll be able to finish this video and we'll be able to complete it. But we'll be looking at some of these examples that Mark talks about. Helg says all the variations of the TR editions have been available for all to see since the 1880s onwards. It's not a secret. Yeah, and pretty much when you look at even the annotations of Beza, he will say this is what Stephanus had, but it's been modified to this. He's talking about all the differences. And so if there's, it's like they're not hiding this. And obviously it's a progression. It's like, you know, getting your new iPhone and it's like, wow, this has got an extra camera in it. It's not like a hidden thing. It's like, well, that's what they're saying. It's got an extra camera. And all you have to do is look at it and go, yeah, extra camera. Great. I like that one better than the other one. He's going right back to like a Nokia phone. It's not even a smartphone. And he's comparing it to like iPhone and going, see, they're different. And we're going to show the differences. It's like, okay, who's using the Nokia nowadays?
The discrepancies between these two TRs are categorized into kinds in this video: spelling differences, tense differences, word order differences, etc. We'll proceed through these categories in order of significance as I take it, from least to greatest. Let's start with category 1, spelling differences. There are multiple spelling differences between the Stephanus TR and the Scrivener TR. Among them, Stephanus is listed first, then Scrivener in each case. You've got Nazareth in Stephanus versus Nazareth in Scrivener. You've got Beelzebul in Stephanus versus Beelzebub in Scrivener. You've got Estas in Stephanus versus Estos in Scrivener. And of course, I'm using the Erasmian pronunciation. Any TR defenders who watch this video will likely, and rightly in my opinion, dismiss this first category of TR discrepancies as utterly insignificant. These spelling differences make no difference for meaning and no difference in translation.
So why are you then saying that we have to have the 190 list of Scriveners when the vast majority of issues that he brings up are these? So you're wrong, again, on that issue. You're just copying other scholars who are trying to discredit TR people. They're trying to put mud on the Trinitarian Bible Society edition and say, oh, they don't even have the introduction. Oh, they don't have the appendix. They don't have it. Well, most of us, this trivial stuff. Who needs that?
If there is a difference between Beelzebul and Beelzebub, we today do not know what it was. Most interpreters,
well, one's Latin and one's Greek. It's pretty obvious.
Guess that they are just alternate spellings of the same.
No, one's Latin, one's Greek, and so it's pretty clear.
Name. Category 2 is differences that do not have to show up in translation but could. There is a hati at Matthew 9:33 that is present in Stephanus but not in Scrivener.
And notice it's Stephanus and Scrivener. Let's see. And so 9:33, let's go to Beza's edition, which is what he should really be going to. So he says Matthew 9:33. So I'll just show thumbnails. Let's just see how far we can go before we have to really look it up. Sometimes you just nail it. 9, maybe the next one. Okay, it's chapter 6. $9.33. Okay, so we're at 9. Well, all we have to do is go to 33, so we're pretty close. Go a couple of pages ahead. 26 might be the next page. Oh, oops, I went to 10. Dun dun. Go back a bit. Maybe that's a print error. Sometimes that's pretty common. With the page numbering, it's quite common for that. Okay, so we're in 9, so that's great. Actually, that's 11. I'm a bit dyslexic when it comes to the Roman numerals. 10. Sorry about this, but it'll be the next page. 33. Okay. Hopefully it was 933. Yeah, 933. He says there's a hottie, and it's not present. Okay. In Scrivener. So it's probably not present in Beza either. I can't see any hottie there. 33. Let's have a look. Utos, Vulgata and Erasmus ad verbum. Utos, Toyo 2. Okay. So it's omitted. It's not in Beza and it's not in Scrivener, but it's in the 1550, which no one sees as really the authority. Okay.
This makes utterly no difference in meaning, though an unnecessarily fastidious translator could try to reflect it. It would mean the difference between they said it was never so seen and they said that it was never so seen. That would be Stephanus. In my opinion, TR defenders will and should dismiss the significance of such differences, much as they will and should with spelling differences. The word hoti basically functions here like a quotation mark and not a word. It's called a hoti recitativum, actually. It's contextually redundant. No one could possibly confuse the meaning of the clause with or without it. This difference is, in my opinion, very, very minor. Category 3 is...
So it's a nothing. So he's basically going through these categories and saying they mean nothing anyway. So it's like, why are you going through it?
Differences in word order that do not affect meaning. In 1 Timothy 1:2, Stephanus reads Christ Jesus, Christu Jesu, where Scrivener reads Jesus Christ, Jesu Christu. Once again, there's no difference in meaning, but there is a clear difference demanded in English translation, and I presume in most translations around the world. And once again, TR defenders from mainstream King James onlyism are justified, in my opinion, in dismissing this difference as insignificant. Category 4 is differences that amount to simple redundancies. So Revelation 7:14, for example, is slightly fuller in Stephanus than in Scrivener. Stephanus reads, "These are they which came out of great tribulation and have washed their robes and made their robes, stolas auton, white in the blood of the Lamb." The King James, and therefore Scrivener, reads, "These are they which came out of great tribulation and have washed their robes and have made them," just autos rather than their robes, "white in the blood of the Lamb." It's clear what the antecedent of them is in Revelation 7:14. Stephanus makes something that is unmistakable doubly unmistakable. Once again, TR defenders are justified in seeing this as a distinction without a difference. Category 5 is differences in number, singular versus plural. There's a singular versus plural discrepancy in Matthew 10:10, for example. Jesus either tells his disciples not to bring a staff, rabdon, on their mission, that's Stephanus, or not to bring staves, rabdus, on their mission, that's Scrivener. There's another such variant in Matthew 21:7.
So when it comes to the rabdos and rabdon, this is what Scrivener put in. Now, this is actually the reading of Beza as well. Rabdon, it's the same as Stephanus. Now, in the context, he's talking to a lot of people. So he's saying, don't bring shoes, don't bring a script. When he's saying don't bring a script, is that singular there? Or is that talking about everyone, don't bring a script? So that if he's talking to 10 people, 20, 100 people, that becomes plural. If I said don't bring your phone to the meeting and there was 50 people, that's not just talking about one thing, is it? So when it's talking about a staff singular here, that can be translated as plural. The King James translators skillfully translated it as plural because they saw that it could be seen as a contradiction when you read the other synoptic accounts. And so, but Scrivener, he says, oh, because it's plural, you have to have rhabdos, but clearly you don't have to have, you can have something that's singular that becomes plural because of the context, because you have a lexical definition and you have a contextual definition, and the King James translators were skillful enough to know this, and so that's why they did that.
Their mission, that's Scrivener. There's another such variant in Matthew 21:7, epikathisen versus epikathisan, the difference between one person setting Jesus on the colt for the triumphal entry and two or more people doing it. Similarly, in 2 Peter 2:9, Jesus knows how to rescue the godly from either temptation, perosmu, that's Stephanus, or temptations, perosmo, Scrivener. TR defenders might struggle a bit more here than they did with the previous categories of difference. It may be that they will not, or even should not, dismiss this category as insignificant. There are places in the...
We don't follow the 1550, so why would we even be concerned about this?
The Greek New Testament, where the difference between singular and plural matters. Famously, Paul's interpretation of the Genesis 13:15 seed metaphor in Galatians 3:16 turns precisely on the number, singular versus plural, seed versus seeds. And indeed, TR defenders of all stripes appeal to precisely this verse.
It's just waffle. He's just sort of trying to show his scholarship, like, I know about this and I know about that, and he's not saying anything. He's saying, okay, 1550, which is, why would you go there? And the 1881 of Scrivener, they differ here, they differ there. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't. And he goes all the way through to, like, I think he's got 7 categories, and the last 2 are the only ones that actually matter. So why is he going through all this? It's just completely redundant. He's saying there's no big deal about all these things. So why is he bringing this up in this lengthy video?
As demanding perfect, every jot and tittle preservation of the Hebrew Bible and the Greek New Testament. But quite clearly, no doctrine rides on the 3 variants that I've just discussed between Stephanus and Scrivener. From that perspective, they are trifling. Category 6 is differences of person and pronouns. In Mark 9:40, Stephanus reads, "The one who is not against you, humon, is for you, humon," while Scrivener reads, "The one who is not against us, hemon, is for us, hemon." It's quite clear either way that Jesus means to include himself among the people to whom this proverbial saying applies. There's a definite difference here in translation, but not in meaning. Category 7 is
Again, it's like these are all things that Beza fixed up.
tense and or mood differences in verbs. There's a present versus an aorist participle discrepancy in Matthew 13:24, for example. The difference is between a sower who is sowing, speranti, seed, and one who sowed, speranti with an alpha.
I'm pretty sure I did an article on this. TR.org. I'll just have a quick look. 190 differences. Okay. And he was saying this is in Revelation 3:12. Maybe I have done that. Revelation. No, it doesn't seem like it's an issue in the 190 list. So it's not even relevant to anything we're really talking about, but it's, I guess, we're looking at seed. Speranti or speranti. Okay, so this is the issue here in Matthew 13:24. So it's the same issue. So that's why I thought it was, is sowing or sowed. That's what my board's saying. Speranti or speranti. Okay, so Scrivener has the difference, and I can't remember exactly what I've got here. Beza has speranti, a verb, present active participle dative singular masculine, whereas Scrivener changes it to speranti, citing that the 1611 reading comes from the Complutensian Polyglot Ptolemaios and the Vulgate. The only difference is that Beza has an Omicron, where Scrivener has an Alpha. Scrivener follows the Tischendorf 8th edition and the Westcott and Hort 1881 text. Speranti, Beza, Speranti, Scrivener. In verse 18 of the same chapter, Beza has Sperantos, as does Scrivener. Why is Scrivener wanting to change it in verse 24? Beza, in his 1598 Latin parallel column, translates Sperantos in Matthew 13:18 as seminat. So ies qui seminat is literally the one who sows. 1598 Vulgate column has seminatus. The term sower in the King James Version could be rendered having sown, or in a paraphrase, the parable of the one having sown. This helps because at other times, English sower is not used, but he who sows is equivalent. Verse 24 in Beza in 1598 Latin parallel column has semen. Speranti occurs in 2 Corinthians 9:10, where the KJV has seed to the sower, sowing both, whereas Matthew 13:24 has unto a man which sowed, having sown good seed into his field. And so we can see that there. The present participle reading Speranti instead of the aorist participle Speranti is influenced by the explanation of the parable from verse 37, which has every witness with the present participle. So while Scrivener makes a difference here, other versions based upon the reading Speranti read equivalent to the King James. So this is one of the things that I've pointed out. He'll bring up this type of thing, or many people will bring up differences, but when you go to, the NIV has who sowed, New Living Translation has who planted, ESV who sowed, NASB who sowed. So they got this. It says, so there is no translatable difference in this variant. In other words, it's a nothing burger. And so I brought that up in a different place, but obviously it's the same type of thing here in Revelation 3:12. It doesn't even affect the differences between Beza, King James, Scrivener at all. It's way back in the Stephanus 1550, the old Nokia. I mean, we're probably not even looking at Nokia. We're looking at your dial phone. Like, no one uses it. Now, I know Walton, he used it as a main text, and so did Mill. But for us who are looking for where all the words of God are, we go, the TR edition is the 1598, and that's what we follow. And so regardless of what Walton did, regardless of what Mill did, yeah, great scholarship, interesting and all the rest of it, but it's like, no, we go with the text of Beza. We go with the choices of the King James translators.
That's Scrivener. In Revelation 3:12, there's a tense and mood difference between kata.
Actually, he was saying Revelation 3:12. Oh, yeah. So it was at actual 13:24. That was the same thing. Because I just saw Revelation 3:12 in his comments at the bottom. So anyway.
Who is sowing, Speranti seed, and one who sowed, Speranti with an alpha.
So I just saw that seed Scrivener in Revelation 3:12. So I thought that's what he was talking about.
Scrivener.
Anyway.
In Revelation 3:12, there's a tense and mood difference between katabaine, that's Scrivener, and katabainusa, Stephanus. Either the New Jerusalem comes out of heaven or it is coming out of heaven. Tense can be very significant for meaning, such as the difference between you are saved and you will be saved. But it's difficult to see a significant difference in meaning in the two passages.
Well, you are saved or you will be saved. Yes, you can translate, us who are being saved, but that creates problems. It's like you can say, you can also say that Mary is the mother of God. And if on a certain angle you're trying to point out that Jesus is God, but then you're saying that Mary gave birth to God. and it creates all sorts of problems. And so you don't translate it that way, do you? You have to think about these things, and you have to work on that. And so you don't just go, to us who are being saved, causing people to go, well, is it like a progression? Are we saved? Or no, we're being saved. You've just got to be careful with that type of wording. And the King James translators were very careful with it. So there were those who were perishing, but those who are perishing, they can turn around and be saved at any moment. And so you just got to be careful about how you word things.
Just that I've just mentioned. Whether we envision the sower as now sowing or as having already gone out to sow, the picture is precisely the same. In Revelation 3:12, too, there's no real difference in meaning between the two TRs. Time signatures in apocalyptic literature are often obscure anyway. And whether Jesus is speaking in the prophetic present or the prophetic aorist, clearly the New Jerusalem has not come yet, but will. Now that I've given 7 categories of differences that occur between 2 major TR editions, and before we arrive at the most significant categories of difference between the 2 TRs we're examining, it'll be helpful to take a brief intermission to hear from the Trinitarian Bible Society that put together this Scrivener TR edition.
Okay, so it's probably going to be where I cut off, because he's going to start getting into some real issues, apparently. So I'll just look at some of these comments. Berean says, know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived. Yeah, absolutely. Helg says, he did not include the whole verse missing in Stephanus 1550, Luke 17:36, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's not looking at that. Which is strange. Why isn't he looking at that? And that's a verse I don't think any TR person would want taken out. So why is he going in there? It's just silly. No one's going there. A few minutes lag on my part. On the surface, I believe that Apostle Ward is not being faithful to Owen. Yeah, I think that Jeff Riddle has pulled him up a few times for sort of misquoting Owen or misrepresenting Owen's position. So let's just go through. He's going to talk about the Trinitarian Bible Society, and I'll probably look for a nice little cutoff point in the next few minutes.
They're one of the most prominent institutions dedicated to defending the TR and the King James, and they're a group whose materials are used and respected by nearly all mainstream King James defenders. TBS is aware of the kinds of differences that I've named and does indeed dismiss them explicitly, as this video has recommended that they do. They say, the Greek received text is the name given to a group of printed texts, the first of which was published by Desiderius Erasmus in 1516. The Society uses, for the purposes of translation, the text reconstructed by F.H.A. Scrivener in 1894. As the scope of the Society's constitution does not extend to considering the minor variations between the printed editions of the Textus Receptus, this necessarily excludes the Society from engaging in alteration or emendation of the Hebrew Masoretic and Greek received text on the basis of other Hebrew or Greek texts. Editorial policy and practice will observe these parameters. TBS, the publishing ministry that supplies printed TR editions to all varieties of King James onlyism, says that all differences between TR editions are minor. And here's the key rhetorical point that I've been driving toward. By dismissing all differences among TRs as minor, they have implicitly agreed to dismiss a huge portion of the differences between the TRs and the critical texts. Indeed, how many places of textual variation are left if the above 7 kinds of differences are dismissed? Every kind of...
How many little trivial things do you hear me talking about with the differences between the critical text and the Textus Receptus? I don't have to. I just got 12 verses of Mark. The last 12 verses of Mark. The Pericope Adulterae, 12 verses. The Comia Henium, God was manifest in the flesh. Theos is changed to os. I'm looking at those type of things. And so I understand that there are trivial things that are almost untranslatable, but that's not what we're looking at, Mark. We're not looking at things that are just like, oh, you can't even translate it. There's no difference there. like Speranti and Speranti, we understand that in the critical text, you have those issues as well. And these issues have all been squared up for us in the TR tradition. But at the end of the day, it's like if you're trying to say that these are just trivial things, I can't understand where your head's at. These are huge issues. If you want to have so many less, 2,900 less Greek words, 8,000 changes. And then you're saying, if we go through this category and we're in the Textus Receptus editions, we're willing to sort of overlook all that, which it's just a nothing burger anyway. But we're overlooking all that, so then you guys can overlook our one too. It's like, what? So let's have a look at this sort of hypocrisy. We understand that Mark Ward, so I'm going to finish it with this. Okay. We understand that Mark Ward is very concerned about the word halt in the Bible. Okay. Halt. Now, I am in agreement that halt is probably an old style word. Okay. And here it has in John 5:3-4, in these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of blind, halt, and withered. Okay, so halt, Mark Ward is sort of like, it's completely, we don't really understand it. I think people do understand it. It means something has ceased. One leg has ceased. So you're limping because one leg has stopped. So it's not that far removed from the German halt, stop, something stopped. One leg. Okay. So I've gone through his videos, looking at this, looking at the Oxford English Dictionary, all the rest of it. Okay. So when we look at the original 1611, halt. When we look at Tyndale, halt. When we look at Wycliffe, he has crooked. Okay, interesting. So what's this underlined here? What's that? Well, these are the words that are deleted from the critical text. So he's worried about halt being, we won't understand that word. It should be lame. Now, I'm in agreement that, some words can be updated. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. If it says in these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of blind, lame, withered, I don't see that taking away from the text whatsoever. He's worried about false friends. He's saying this is a false friend, and this was the false friend that caused him to, do his ministry and all that. But what about these words? Okay. Waiting for the moving of the water, verse 4, for an angel went down at a certain season into the pool and troubled the water. Whosoever then first after the troubling of the water stepped in was made whole of whatsoever disease he had. These words are deleted from his text. That he's saying, there's not that much difference. He's trying to say that this causes a huge difference. Halt, enough for you to get your King James Bible and start using it as toilet paper. But, he would never say that. You put candles on it and just, respect it as like an archaic sort of thing. But all this is deleted. How many words in English? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42 words deleted. Okay. So let's look at what the NIV has here. A great number of disabled people used to lie. The blind, the lame, praise God, they've changed it to lame from that horrible word halt that no one knows or understands, apparently. The paralyze, is that the end of it? It is. That's the end of it. The NLT, crowds of sick people, blind, lame. Readable. Let's give the kids, the bus kids, that one. Or paralyzed, lay on porches. Oh, that's it. ESV, in these lay a multitude of individuals, blind, lame. Yep. ESV, good on you guys. And paralyzed. Look at the Greek difference. This is their text, and this is the Textus Receptus. So he is trying to get us to get rid of the King James because it's unreadable. Now, how much of this is unreadable? In these lay let's see if you can get it. In these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of blind, halt, withered, waiting for the moving of the water. For an angel went down at a certain season into the pool and troubled the water. Whosoever then first, after the troubling of the water, stepped in, was made whole of whatsoever disease he had. Are you struggling? You throw the King James out, it's completely unreadable. Well, he says the halt causes this type of problem. He's talking about false friends here. What about the missing friends? Is he not concerned about missing friends? Or is he just concerned about having false friends? I guess, even that terminology, you could have a friend who's not a real friend, You think he's a friend, you shake his hand, he's patting you on the back, saying, good on you, mate. And then in your time of need, he's not there. But the thing is, these have all been kidnapped. And they've all been abducted. The raptures happened with these friends. There's been a pre-tribulation rapture happen with all these words. 42 of them are gone. And so this is the thing. Mark Ward's like, there's not that much difference, blah, blah, blah. So this is huge. And how many people know about this? Most of the time I'm talking about the last 12 verses of Mark. And so, this site is brilliant because sometimes if you just click on a random one, it might have, that were of Paul's company. Okay, well, that's deleted. Okay. You might know that, but it's pretty good to know that. But if you go to like some of these bigger ones that we're talking about, let's just have a look at how that looks. All of that deleted. It's easy to say the last 12 verses of Mark. Now, when Jesus had risen early in the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had cast 7 devils. I could read through all that, but all gone. Double bracketed. James White says they're Gnostic readings. Peter Gurry says they're apocryphal. So they're gone. Okay, so if all the manuscripts have it except for Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. And Mark Ward wants to throw them in the bin. Throw them under the bus. Pericope adulterae. Let's look at that. John. Here we go. All of these words deleted. Deleted. Quite amazing. So anyway, I'll just read these 3 comments and then I'll shut it down. But I think you can tell that Mark Ward is not really, he either doesn't understand how big these differences are, or maybe we should look at his KJV parallel that Yetzer is just saying stay away from. And we'll go to John 5. Okay, so John chapter 5. Here. All of that deleted. And look, even I didn't see that, a great multitude. These like a multitude. he's got Holt in his edition, you know, because he's trying to be close to the King James. All those words deleted. I mean, I don't want any words deleted. He's trying to make out that it's just these little things. We're talking about, most of the time, we're talking about these issues, Mark. Why don't you deal with them? Now, if you're a majority text guy, we could probably talk about some finer issues, but you're not. You're a critical text guy. And so you better get with the program that you omit all these verses and cause all this confusion. Helg says he is reformed, so we should have loved the bibliology of Owen and the reformers and the post-Reformation giants of faith. But it's like James White, they love their soteriology but not their bibliology. Yeah, that's true. Very good. Helg, I'm not sure they like their soteriology either. The Puritans and reformers were warmly evangelistic. Alan Stewart said, yes, true. They had many points different from today's evangelical reformed apologists, even on soteriology. So on that note, I'm going to bail. And so, yeah, maybe like this video, share it, or even subscribe. I usually don't ask those things, but what I found the other day, I said, oh, if you guys want to help, just subscribe. Yeah, I guess people just forget. And I got like 10 new subscribers. I was like, oh, cool. You know, so I will ask that at the end of shows, I guess, just to remind people. I sort of hate it when people like subscribe, ring the alarm bell and all this stuff. And yeah, I'm sort of like, whatever. But because I usually, if I like it, I'll like it. Or I'll share it or whatever. But yeah, some people, I guess, forget that. They just go, oh, cool, that was great, and they tune out. And so Mark Ward is straying out of the net and swallowing a camel. Absolutely. Concerning John 5, 3, and 4, it's a supernatural, miraculous phenomenon. That's why it's deleted. Yeah, let's just have a Bible with no miracles in it. I think was it Thomas Jefferson who made a no miracle Bible? That's interesting. All right, God bless you guys. Thanks for joining us, and we'll continue on with part 2 in the next few days, so maybe next 2 or 3 days. Okay, God bless you guys.